Agendas for study sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at broomfield.org. Our agenda this evening includes 2 concept reviews and 2 study session items. Members of the public may attend tonight's meeting and future study sessions in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 through live streaming on Broomfield's website. The public may also participate in public comment on the concept review items only, either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item, and the individuals attending in person will speak first. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1 minute to speak. If joining in person, we'll ask you come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to the times listed below. For our hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. For tonight's study session, council will be adjusting the order of the agenda just slightly, and we'll begin with item 1A, the concept review for local homes, followed by item 2A, which is an update from our Broomfield Housing Alliance, which will help segue to council's review of item 1B, a concept review for Vista Point Homes. This evening we'll conclude with item 2B, a discussion of the Charter Review Committee's recommendations. And as a reminder, public comment is taken on the concept reviews only. We appreciate everyone's flexibility to ensure a smooth meeting. Tonight's first concept review is a single-family residential project at the northwest corner of West 136th Avenue and Huron Street. As a concept review, there will be public comment on this item. We'll follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews. First, the staff will present a summary of the application. Following the staff summary, the applicant will make their presentation. We'll then take comments from members of the Land Use Review Commission and other interested advisory boards, followed by public comment. Then the applicant will have an opportunity for final comments, and finally, questions and comments from City Council. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com. Copies of comments provided for each plan at broomfieldvoice.com have been provided to the City Council and can be found in the correspondence folder linked in tonight's agenda. So council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which we'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council and community. Anna Bertanzetti, co-director of community development, and our planning director is going to introduce us to this item and briefly walk through it. Ms. Bertanzetti.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Could I have the next slide, please? The first concept review this evening is for a proposed residential development within the Lambertson Farms subdivision. This property is generally located on the north side of 136th Avenue and west of Huron Street. The property totals about 8.65 acres in total area. It's vacant currently. There's a number of pad sites that are developed to the south and to the east of this site. They include a gas station, urgent care facility, credit union, auto parts store, and a child care facility. To the north and west are existing single-family residential homes. There's also an existing sewer lift station located within the project boundaries. The lift station is located generally southwest corner of the project area on the screen. The zoning for this parcel is PUD, Planned Unit Development. It's part of the Lambertson Farms PUD plan. The PUD plan for this area originally intended for this commercial, or for this corner to develop with commercial uses similar to what's in place today. The Cobblestone Crossing Site Development Plan was originally approved by the City Council on September 11th of 2007. The approved site development plan, which covers this parcel, consisted of about 107,000 square feet of commercial development, or approximately 49% of the total commercial intensity of the overall PUD plan. So I should say the King Soopers corner is also included in the Lambertson Farm. So there were 2 primary commercial corners within Lambertson Farms. Next slide, please. The project area is designated as commercial in the comprehensive land use map. The proposed residential development is not consistent with this land use designation, and therefore an amendment to the land use map would be required in order for this project to proceed. The amendment to the comprehensive plan would result in a conversion of commercial land to residential land, which would negatively change the net financial impact resulting from the project. It would be negative approximately $435,000 annually for the city and county of Brimfield. Next slide, please. The site layout generally depicts 56 duplex homes or paired homes along the perimeter of the site and 33 single-family detached lots more central to the project area. The site is generally bisected with a private roadway which connects through the site. The homes are proposed to be accessed off of private alleyways. Brimfield's new parking code requires a minimum of 2 parking spaces for each of these homes. The applicant is meeting these requirements. In addition to the site design also includes 43 additional parking spaces along the surface throughout the development. The surface parking is intended to provide additional guest and overflow parking. There's no on-street parking currently depicted on this conceptual plan. The applicant is proposing to satisfy their income-aligned housing requirements through a provision of on-site deed-restricted units. Brimfield requires 12% of the units to be provided at 100% of the area median income, since these are for sale units. The developer's proposal is consistent with this requirement, and they are providing 11 units based on this conceptual plan. The Open Space Parks, Recreation, and Trails Plan that was recently updated requires residential projects of less than 10 acres in size to have and that have a percentage of their units provided income-aligned pricing to provide 15% of their residential area as public land dedication on site, with the remainder provided as cash in lieu. And that cash in lieu percentage is based on the AMI level of the homes within the subdivision. The applicant is not meeting this requirement on site as shown in the conceptual plan. The development proposal does include 0.79 acres of park space, but when staff reviewed the applicant's proposed public land dedication areas, we did not feel that it supports the small pocket parks, which together total 0.79 acres for public land, since these are very small pieces of property. The analysis is that these spaces, as I mentioned, are too small to be really public spaces, and therefore the direction from staff was to work on adjusting the site design to provide a single park space that met the requirement of 15% on site, which would be 1.3 acres of public land dedication on site. The proposed development is located within the Adams 12 School District. They were provided an opportunity to review this proposal and provided no objection to the proposal. Next slide, please. The developer has not finalized their architectural designs. They have included some character images as inspiration for their development. It's anticipated that as this development moves through the development review process, the architecture would be finalized as part of the site development plan. Next slide, please. There was one key issue identified as part of the application, and that was the public land dedication, as I previously mentioned. As the project moves forward, the steps in the process will be for the applicant to hold a neighborhood meeting prior to submitting their final application. They'll also be required to do a PUD amendment, comprehensive plan, land use amendment, site development plan, and final plat. And that concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here this evening and has a presentation as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burton-Zetti. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for our listeners before beginning your presentation this evening?
Hey there, good evening. I'm Tommy Pucciano with Local Homes. Address 8400 East Crescent Parkway, Greenwood Village, 80111. Thank you, Mayor, council members, commissioners, and staff. I'm excited to discuss our project tonight and some of the potential challenges and opportunities. Next slide, please. Local Homes was founded in 2013 by 2 gentlemen. We're now over 70 employees. We're a small private builder competing against a bunch of big national builders. We're only located here in Colorado. We build in the Front Range from Colorado Springs to Metro Denver, and we only build for sale housing. We currently build detached single family, townhomes, duplexes, and condominiums. We're one of the only builders in the metro area currently building condominiums. Last year, we closed approximately 350 homes with an average sales price of $510,000, which if you're familiar with the Denver market, you know, depending on the month, is approximately 10 to 20% lower than the average sales price across the Denver market. That equates to about $100,000 less than the Denver home price. We do that through density and smart square footage product offerings in great locations. We deliver better living experience by offering elevated included features and a better standard features than other builders. When you leave our sales office, you know what your home price cost. You don't go to 2 or 3 other sales centers to figure out what your final home price is. We're excited to be in Broomfield because we feel the city prioritizes home ownership, abundant open space, exceptional schools, raising families, safety, employment opportunities, and recreation. These qualities align with us as a home builder. This particular site represents an ideal opportunity for local as it's an A-plus location. Every imaginable service and amenity is already in place, most of it within walking distance. Grocery stores, home improvement, superstores, restaurants, all right next door. Not to mention established single-family neighborhoods, parks, and open space. We would much rather build in a location like this than go to a new master plan much further outside the city. As I said, we're excited to discuss this project with you tonight. There are several opportunities and challenges, and hopefully we can get to some of them tonight, but we know that this is probably going to be much more than just what we can hit tonight. Happy to introduce Leanne, who can discuss more of the finer points. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
Good evening, Leanne Valier with Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street, Denver. Thank you, Anna, and Mayor, City Council members, any commissioner members and staff for your time tonight. It's my pleasure to expand on this proposed community. Just as a quick recap, I will do my best to avoid repeating some of the information that Anna just shared, but we're located at the northwest corner of 136th and Huron on approximately 8.76 acres on a oddly shaped site. As previously mentioned, this site falls within the Labrinson Farms PUD, which stretches to the west to Zuni beyond the extents of this aerial. Next slide, please. As Anna mentioned, the proposed plan includes 89 units total, 56 duplex, 36 single-family detached. The density of this proposed site plan is consistent with the allowed density within other residential tracts within the existing PUD. The proposed site plan utilizes most of the originally proposed internal network, street network, and includes all alley-loaded product. And the landowner is retaining the vacant parcel in the center for future commercial. That parcel is not part of our application. Homes have been oriented to face the street. This helps activate the street, create more walkable community, and create a more desirable condition, keeping the alleys and the garages internal. This community would include a dog park and gathering areas with shade. And the community will also include sustainable elements, including EV charging, solar-ready roofs with conduit in place, and all homes will be Energy Star certified. At this time, we are planning to meet the inclusionary housing requirements with all on-site units. It is our understanding that the duplex housing type is an underserved housing type in the Broomfield market. So we'd like to propose 100% of the inclusionary homes being duplex. Although we are changing a this portion of land from commercial to residential. We are not proposing additional units not already allowed within the original PUD. The Lambertson Farm PUD allowed to up to 554 units, with an allowed density for single-family homes ranging from 2 to 10 dwelling units per acre. Only 322 units have been built to date, resulting in 232 remaining units. This proposed community is really a density transfer, and it helps create a transition of density between the existing commercial and the residential. Staff identified the public land dedication as a key issue. The original PUD calculated the original PUD calculated PLD, too many letters, based on the 554 units. Because we are not exceeding the number of allowed units within the PUD, our view is that the PLD should already be satisfied. The existing PUD also dedicated an excess of what they were required. So we will definitely work with staff on that item. But with that being said, Local Homes is interested in revisiting the site plan to maximize that usability and usable space of those common areas, both for the community and for these new residents. But maintaining density will be an important factor in keeping the costs low for future homeowners. Next slide, please. These images are examples of Local homes in other communities. And as was mentioned, the architectural style of this community is still being developed. However, it is very important to Local that the architectural style of these homes be compatible with the existing neighborhood. We want these homes to blend in and be well integrated architecturally, like they've been there from the beginning. We thank you very much for your time this evening, and we're available to answer any questions that might come up, and that includes our presentation.
Thank you very much, Leanne. So next, are there any members of our Land Use Review Commission who would like to comment on the proposal? Anyone from the LURC? Are there any other boards and commission members who would like to comment on the proposal? Check online just in case. No. Now we'll move to public comments, starting with in person. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Roxy Julia Lockmore. This development for me would be in the wrong place. First of all, for the size of it, there would be quite a few children. The closest place for them to go to is Walmart to go get groceries, play, do whatever else, and Home Depot. They got to cross a very, very busy road in order to do this. I think that's very unsafe. The next thing is that the grocery store that is to the west is further away. So we do have a lot of things that's in walkable distance for this neighborhood, but I just think that they have not used to the best of their ability to fill this commercial area with commercial use. And if we give up our zoning that we have now there, in the future, we would give up a great chance of having some very, very good businesses in that area. We don't have a choice. We can't move across the street. That's not part of our county. So, but the other side can change theirs anytime they want. If they want residential over there, that's their problem, but we can't give up our commercial. And you guys have always said here lately that, you know, we can't give up our commercial because we need that tax money. So it's like over $400,000 a year that you'll be giving up just in this one little development. Otherwise, I like the company. I've checked into the company. I like the company. I just don't feel this is the proper place for this to be going in at. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Council, Mayor Pro Tem and staff. My name is Peter Kraus and I live in Eagle Trace North. and I am generally supportive of the project. Although once again, we always have trade-offs and we do lose some tax revenue. But I like to see a little bit of density. I think that it makes good use of our natural resources. It takes less resources to heat and cool. It creates less air pollution. And I think that getting people together is a good idea. So I'm generally supportive of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Greg Murphy. I live in the Enclave. You can probably see my house from the slide. There's a home across the street selling for $1.8 million. There's another one selling for $1 million. There's kind of a couple different places. There's the Enclave, which is kind of the smaller homes. Those homes are at 100. Our last comp was 100. And literally there's an open house across the street. I think they're at 1.9. I guess my concern would be putting 11 homes in an acre where across the street there's one home per acre. I understand the density, things like that. I'm just worried about, I guess, my property value. I hope that's doesn't sound the wrong way, but again, I think that also, I think we should leave it as a commercial, not a residential. I agree that there are probably better places for it. There's definitely, we have plenty of parks to walk to. It's a great area. I guess just my main concern would be, again, losing that commercial and then just packing people in there where it seems like, you know, there's a lot of open space, a lot of larger lots just right next to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're up.
Charles Whalen, 8480 East Orchard, Greenwood Village, 80111. I bought this property in 2005. And at the time with the PUD, Jerry Eckelberger has been unbelievable for us. We were supposed to have townhomes all to the west of us and to the north of us. I was going to use all that density for my commercial. I lost all those townhomes. I was kicked in the teeth. It was horrible. I've owned the property. I pay 100 grand a year in property taxes on the property for 18 years, 19 years now. $1.9 million, just out the window. So for this property, for this density, for the park area, it's a perfect fit. I'm going to retain the 3 acres and try to do 30,000 square foot of retail on that. I lost all those customer base from all the townhouses. The people to the north were going to have townhouses. Instead, they have those beautiful homes from Toll Brothers. I love those houses. I love all that, but it killed me on my commercial. All my customers that wanted to come here lost hundreds of people to come to their business. We have our park area. We have our open space. I think it's a perfect setting. I cut the grass. I get on my lawnmower and cut it every day, and I get phone calls from whoever calls me. Drives me nuts. But I cut it myself. I do it. So for this fit, I think they do beautiful projects around the city. Local is unbelievable. And I love what they're doing. If they get this approved, I'm coming in on my 30,000 square feet, probably within 3 to 4 months. I got ideas of what I want to do. But without their density, I can't even support my 30,000 square feet, let alone 107,000 square feet on that corner. So I think it's a great project. It will be a great project for all of us, not just them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard? I don't see anyone online. Am I missing anyone? No? Okay, so does the applicant have any final comments from that feedback? Or should we just go into council questions? Thank you, Leanne.
I will just speak generally to the concern about diminished land value. I am not a real estate expert by any means, but my understanding is that when homes are evaluated to see the value, that comps are pulled. So local homes will not be a comp and in any way. And having new and exciting opportunities and desire for people to be there will only benefit the existing neighborhood. So it should not negatively impact any home value.
All right, thank you for that clarification. So does any member of council have any comments or questions? Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple quick questions for staff. Could you please address the PLD question of whether that's already been met by the development that's already occurred? Is that a accurate presumption?
Councilmember Cohen, unfortunately, that was a new request to me this evening, so I have not had a chance to look at that. It was not, to my knowledge, included in their request for the concept to consider this a density transfer within the PUD, and then utilize the public land dedication that was previously completed. We have done that for other developments. It's considered for Great Western Park. We've done that for Aspen Creek. So Brimfield does have a history of looking at that, but since it has not been part of the review at this point, I wouldn't be able to speak to exactly what the remaining balance is or whether the PUD is structured to allow that. But it could potentially be considered through a PUD amendment.
Do you know if the parkland that's already in that Lambertson Farm area exceeds what we require?
I do trust Leanne's accounting. It looks like she's brought quite a bit of it. But as I mentioned, it was kind of a new request to me this evening, so I don't have that information.
I sprung it on Anna. Right there.
Okay. Well, to be continued. And I'm also curious in regard to the commercial, I think it was designated commercial 17 years ago, correct? And is that correct that the assumption at that time is that the density in that area would be higher than it eventually developed to the west by Broomfield and to the north by Westminster?
Yes, that's correct. There was anticipated to be more residential units at a higher density. And through the review, there were larger lots proposed along the northern boundary of this development.
Thank you much.
Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation tonight, and I appreciate your history lesson. What is your name again? I apologize. Mr. Wayland? Yes, thank you for coming tonight. I appreciated the history lesson on the land because many times we don't get to hear that you can't develop the commercial unless you have the density. And some people just don't realize that they have that. I want to kind of remind the audience a little bit about the surrounding area too. McKay actually does have a mix of homes. So we do have some mix of what now, gosh, houses are 1.5 now in McKay or higher. And then we also have townhomes, and it's a wonderful community. It's kind of hard to do infill. This is sort of an infill project, right? And so you have residents there that have already been used to certain things. I do have a question regarding, would it be able to be planned so that the single family homes maybe face the single family homes? Have we thought about that? And maybe put the density more towards the center? I just, wanted to respond to the resident here and, where they live and just be cognizant of that.
Yes, we have thought about that. Following receiving comments from staff, we have already started to look at new site plan revisions, and that is actually one of the things we've incorporated is moving the single family to the outside, especially to the north. So.
Yeah, okay. I'd prefer that if we could do that. I do want to take into consideration the public land. I think that that's something that needs to be considered with part of the key issues going into this. And then the last thing I have, is there any plans, like you mentioned, about going commercial on, it's not within the area that we're talking about right now, but what are the plans for adding commercial in that area to the south and the east? Do you want to speak to possibly any plans? Like we need childcare centers in the area. I mean, I'm just thinking of what could we use in the area? I know there's a Montessori school up there.
I agree. I own shopping centers in Parker and Lafayette and that's exactly what we have. We have daycare, we have hair salons, we have karate, we have just daycare facilities that are unbelievable.
Yeah.
And but I am limited to almost 30,000 square feet. It's 30,000 square feet. Well, that's probably about 12 businesses that can be there, small, about 2,500 square feet average, some 1,200, some about 4,000. But I agree, that's the 30,000 I can develop. I can afford to do 30,000. I can't do 50. I can't do 60.
Okay. And so have you had any interests by people who want to move in there or develop in there?
There's a lot of interest right now, but the dollars to put the infrastructure in, that's where local is coming along to help me get the infrastructure in so I can afford to do the 30,000 feet.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think I have maybe one or two more questions. What about Metro District? Can we answer any questions about if this is going to have a Metro District or if we're incorporating ourselves into?
I apologize. I'm deaf. I have hearing aids and I'm still hard.
That's
to hear.
okay. Metro District for the area, will there be a Metro District?
There is a metro district, but I get no benefit off of it.
Okay,
I
so
just
it is
pay.
part of a Metro District as it stands, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
That's right.
okay, thank you. Yeah, can I let the applicant respond to that?
What?
Can I have the applicant respond?
Sorry. Can't.
I don't know who's supposed to respond half the time, sorry.
I'm fairly certain that what's there is a commercial metro district, and so we won't be able to be a part of that. We will have an HOA that will maintain the grounds and everything within our development. We can't have a metro district, we can't be a part of the commercial metro district that's there now.
Okay,
And I don't believe the project's big enough to create and support a metro district. So we'll have an HOA.
so what does that look like then? Like you mentioned, you don't want to go into other areas, you want to go into this area because of the infrastructure. So then does that take the heat off the Metro District to develop that infrastructure? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, we'll have to, the developer will have to do our own development and pay for that. Yeah, and then the HOA will basically maintain all the common grounds, our own park space. We'd love to join the Lambertson HOA, but I'm not sure that's available to us at this point, but we'd love to be a part of that, but we would create our own HOA. I think we're too small to create our own metro district here.
Okay, yeah, I have concerns about like if we're doing I think is 11 units of affordable housing, right? And it's which is great. And I love that you're doing condos. That's very rare. I wanted to just note that if we add in Metro District or HOA fees, I just have concerns about that raising the price too high and what they're paying for in addition to that. So I don't know if you can speak
Yeah,
to that.
that's one of the challenges that I spoke about earlier. It's the HOA fees, it's water and sewer fees, it's all those fees that, it's not just the price of the house, it's all the fees that come on top of it that make it super challenging to get into the house and can then continue to be able to afford the house. So yeah, it's very challenging. So anything that can be done to help with that is, much appreciated. But yeah, those are things that are hard for us. We haven't done the affordable housing with a municipality before. So we've done the fee in lieu. So the ideas and the cooperation are welcome for us. So we'd love to hear about how to do it better.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we need something like this. We need this sort of product in Broomfield. And I would like to move forward as long as we just have to be careful about the HOA fees and so on. So, yeah.
We were also curious about the deed restriction. I mean, we understand like the ability to get into the house, but we think it's valuable to be able to get the price appreciation when you sell. Especially on a new community, we see price appreciation immediately on new homes, and somebody being able to get into that first time home and see that price appreciation, we think would be just super valuable.
Do you want to respond to that, Ms. Pertinzetti, about the deed restriction? Yeah, and what that looks like for this property?
For the opportunity. So I think it's important to note that at this stage in the development review process, I'm not sure that the applicant has had an opportunity to look at our standard language in the deed restriction. But there are opportunities through long-term ownership for there to be some benefit for long-term owners in terms of price appreciation. But we also feel it's critical to maintain the affordability over time. And so we'll continue to work with the applicant and make sure that they have an opportunity to look at our standard language. That'll be a part of the site development plan when it comes back for city council.
Okay, great, thank you. That's it for now.
All right, next is Councilmember Marshall Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing this product before us, this concept review. We all know that we need more housing in the Front Range and especially in Broomfield, so I appreciate you bringing this forward. My first question was why not commercial? And I think that question's been answered to my satisfaction at least. The trade-off of the financial impact does concern me, but given what's already been built, we're kind of bound by what's been done before. I have some questions for the applicant related to the density. You mentioned building townhomes and duplexes, and I guess the question is, why not build this 100% townhomes or duplexes? If you can, I mean, in my mind, you make more money off of more property, so why not do it all? Why the single family homes?
It's definitely an option. We just feel like this is more of a single family market. We like the duplex product, and we like the single family product just in the area. But we're definitely comfortable with townhomes. We just like the duplex and single family product in this particular market.
Okay, I'm definitely more on the side of the more density, the better. So I think if you're gonna look at doing townhomes or all duplexes, I'd be comfortable with that. On the park aspect of it, I've been on record in the past of saying that I do not like pocket parks. I think that a larger playground type parks is much better for the community. Do we know what's the walking distance to the current Quail Park over to the west? Would children from this area be able to walk comfortably to that park to use it?
Thank you for the opportunity to answer that. I believe it's probably half a mile guessing. It is a very walkable distance. There's trails within Lambertson Farms along the north edge. That's very walkable along the middle street that bisects the community. I believe there's also some smaller pocket parks within the residential areas. I'm not sure which of those may be only limited to homeowners association private parks, but there may be some that are also public parks.
Okay. Given that, I would be comfortable with the way that the applicant is, the smaller pocket parks are okay as long as there's something bigger close by. And then the last thing I have a question on is the parking. Why are you not doing any on-street parking? Why extra spaces, I guess is the question.
On-street parking would be included.
Okay, so is that included?
Sorry.
Sorry, the 2 per space, is that the garage space or?
That's satisfied within the garage spaces, but then at this point in time, we are expecting to also include some guest parking within the alleys. And then on-street parking would also be available within our internal private road.
So if you have the internal private road parking, why do you need the extra guest parking?
We may find that we don't. We'll get there.
Okay, and would you be able to build more units if you had less parking, I guess is the question?
Well, potentially.
Less units or more parks.
Potentially. So right now, the project boundary is very odd shaped, which results in a lot of inefficiencies when you're laying out a design. So right now that parking is plugged into kind of odd, inefficient spaces. So it's unlikely that we would gain more units by removing the parking. The parking has more been plugged in after we've figured out the units. So, but we'll continue to evaluate that.
Okay, those are my only questions. I appreciate you coming before us. Like I said, I would support more density than what you've proposed. And I'm okay with the park aspect, given that there's a walkable larger park. So that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is, most of my questions are towards the developers. Similar to Councilmember Marshallshin, he kind of hit most of my questions already with the parking and with various questions on density. So my questions is about the EV stations that you're proposing at the parking and also on the proposals for having solar panels for potential home buyers. Can you just go a little bit more information about that?
Yes, we'd actually have the solar charging in the garages themselves. So typically, and we have it as a, we just provide a charger in the garage. So if you have an EV car, you just plug right in. So there's not a freestanding charger out in the community somewhere. And then the solar, we just have a conduit from your panel up to the roof, and we make the roof structurally capable of supporting panels. We just haven't been able to find a third-party provider to make it cost-effective to actually provide panels at the time of construction to be able to do it then. And most of the time, like after a homeowner moves in, they can actually get it, cheaper than we can. So that's why we just provide the pre-wire and make the house just, structurally capable of having it solar ready. So that's what we would do at that time. But the EV charger would be ready to go and they just plug right in.
That's perfect. And, I really appreciate that these efforts for more sustainable practices, especially for new homes. And obviously, when we are transitioning from various forms of fossil fuel vehicles to electric vehicles, I think this is a perfect fit. And so my last other question for that in regards is for homes that are not, the homes that are marked off for the homes that are marked for single-family duplexes and duplex units, same thing. Like, there's no difference, and the only difference really is just the size of the homes, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you so much. Those are my questions. I'm definitely a proponent of this project just because this is something that Broomfield needs and Coloradans need throughout the state. We need more density, we need more homes, and I feel like, similar to Councilmember Marshallshin, I would like to see more duplexes rather than single family, but I understand that the rates and the cost might be a bit more in flex. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Just echo the support of the sustainability elements. I appreciate that. There's a note on page 6 that interested me as far as a staff statement, which said, the most appropriate new land use designation for this proposed development would be residential. So, I found that I've never seen a statement like that in our memos as far as when we're looking at rezoning. So did you want to comment on that?
Councilmember Lim, it's funny that you comment on that because as I reread it this evening, it stuck out to me as well. It was definitely, it reads differently than we had intended. What is intended is that if they were to change the land use in order to accommodate this project, the most appropriate category to fit this would be the residential land use category of the comprehensive plan. We were not trying to imply that staff believes commercial development or commercial land use areas should be changed to residential. It was just that if they are going to change it to accommodate this, we would advise them to choose the residential land use category.
Okay, that's okay. That makes a little more sense. Okay. But even given that, I mean, I am following the commercial aspect as far as, yes, we're losing revenue, but I understand the arguments that the developer is making. That parcel seems set back off the road. Not unless you were to develop that, as the owner said, that whole parcel is one area that would be connected somehow closer to the road. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me for that parcel to be that far back to the road and to be commercial when there's no density. surrounding it. So that makes sense to me, unfortunately for our balance sheets, but that's what we have to deal with right now. So I'll go along with the change in zoning. If the pocket parks were combined, I would say I'd go along with it. I would like to know if the developer has given serious consideration to rearrangement of the homes to allow for what staff is proposing, that those public land areas were combined into a usable space. Otherwise, those little pieces are not very usable. The fact that there's an objection by the staff in the memo says to me there was some conversation back and forth, most likely. Would the developer like to respond to why they didn't, or respond to the staff's suggestion that they combine those park areas? Or is that still something, you said there's some things under redevelopment already. Is that something you're considering?
Sure. So, and Anna can correct me if I misspeak, but the way the process is we receive the comments from city staff. And we received that comment about consolidating park space. But because of the timing of staff preparing their staff memo for this meeting, there's not an opportunity for us to revise our site plan prior for this meeting. So we have to move forward with what they reviewed in their concept, in the concept review phase. So we have not yet had an opportunity to address that comment. So we do plan to work with staff and address that comment. We've done some preliminary site layouts trying to consolidate the park space. It results in a large decrease in density. So that's going to be the balance that we are going to need to find moving forward, is how do we balance keeping the density with creating usable spaces?
Okay. Well, I'm encouraged that you are at least willing to explore the possibility. And yeah, those are my comments, questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make this quick. So I'm not enthusiastic about the change from the commercial to residential, but however, if the 30,000 square feet commercial does continue to move forward along with this residential application, that does entice me to be supportive of it. And I would put into that category that I would also like to see an increase in the density on the site to remove the single family housing, add more triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, in addition to the duplexes. So we'd like to see more density on this site as well. Having lived in townhomes with young kids, I do like pocket parks. It gave my kids an opportunity to get outside, and it also provides them to engage with their neighbors. So I do like pocket parks. I think they're a great addition. And then lastly, I would want to see the PLD fulfilled on site or cash in lieu as determined in kind of the next phase. So look forward to seeing this project come back and hopefully with some changes in the density, but also would like to see that commercial continue to move forward along with this project. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other council member questions or comments? No one? Well, I have a couple of questions. Maybe Mr. Pucciano can answer for me. I do love the project, and I like how you're transitioning or considering transitioning the single family on the perimeter to the duplexes on the inside. I think that's how Broomfield's been planned, and having those transitional housing products does help with fitting it into the community. Do these have backyards though? Do they have any little backyards? Like
They
if,
don't have backyards because they're alley loaded.
oh, that's
But
right.
they'll have a front yard and a porch. They'll be
Okay.
more like a porch.
A porch.
So they'll have a private space in the front.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did we discuss any of the potential price points? Because what excites me most is you're providing one of the few for sale condo products that we've seen in a long time. And that is, it's so in demand. The few that we have are so priced out of reach for folks because they're just not being built. So can you give us a little insight on what the price points might range for these products? I know it could change.
Yeah. They will not be $1 million. We're probably targeting, high fives, low
Okay.
sixes. And that's the challenge too with the density is we don't want to just pass on cost and make them more expensive. We want to keep the prices where they are, move through the project in a couple of years, not 4 years, be selling these, over 4 years. So we want to keep the prices, it's scary to say that that is somewhat low. But, we feel like that it would be competitive. And then the, affordable units would be at that AMI number.
I know it's
which
hard to do that kind of math. It's
It is,
okay.
yes.
But I appreciate at least the ballpark for folks to kind of wrap their head around it. And I'm actually okay with the rezoning because that parcel, as the owner has said, has sat empty for 20 years and generated zero revenue. So, I mean, it doesn't look like that commercial is going to get built anytime soon. And if this helps, the remaining 30,000 come to fruition, then that's a great thing. So thank you all very much for being here. And I look forward to seeing I have Mayor Pro Tem has another thought.
Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify. So the townhomes are on the exterior of this development and the the duplexes are on the exterior of the development and the single family is on the interior of the development. Is that
Currently.
correct?
Currently, that's the way it's planned.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you haven't intended to change that or?
Well, we've been asked to relook at the site plan and there's been a lot of discussion about the parks. I mean,
Right.
if we were to take suggestions and look at parks and look at other things, then things are going to change. So we're open to relooking at the site plan to look at, to include everybody's comments tonight. The most important thing I'd say though, is we can't come away with 75 units. I mean, the project just doesn't work. So we've got to stay in the, mid to high 80s with number of units. And if it works with, single family flanking the outside and duplexes in the middle, then great. We're happy with that for sure. If it works with a few more duplexes and a few fewer single family, then we're happy with that too. But I like that idea of single family flanking the outside. I think that works great too. The duplexes will look great as well. They'll look like the single family, frankly, they will look just like that. So, but currently, yes, the duplexes are flanking the outside of the project. Yes.
Okay, great. I think your design right here is moving in the right direction. Look forward to increased density. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing I wanted to say is I would support increased density I'd rather not see any of the single family homes, just put either all townhomes or do triplexes, quadplexes. I know Golden has done a few projects where they've nicely incorporated quadplexes into existing single family neighborhoods. And they look virtually identical, to be honest. And then as it relates to the parks, I would be fine waiving that requirement. It is relatively close to both Quail Park and McKay Park, certainly within walking distance and not necessarily crossing a busy 136th Avenue, for example. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Nope, seeing none. Well, thank you all so much. We already did public comment. Did you want to speak on the project? I'll go ahead and allow it. You're of course.
Give me my first ever.
Oh, well, welcome. We want you to come back more.
So thank you.
State your name and neighborhood for the record.
Yes, Mayor. My name is Lucius Wall and I'm a Broomfield resident and taxpayer. I own a moving business here and my wife, who's Vietnamese, works at a nail salon. And our son goes to Nativity and we're heavily involved in the church and school at Nativity. So my question after hearing everything is, notwithstanding the financial gain to everybody, I keep hearing the word density, and I know what density is. I used to be in real estate a million years ago, but notwithstanding the financial gain and I mean, no disrespect to anybody at all. I hope that's clear. But to the gentleman who owns all the commercial property across the street from this proposed project, the money that he might make, which is great. And notwithstanding the money that the city of Broomfield would make from this proposed project. So if we take money aside, I guess my question is, because I keep hearing the word density from everyone, what are the advantages? Because I have a 6-year-old son. I love Broomfield. And in many respects, I love Broomfield the way it is. So maybe I'm just a dinosaur. But I guess I would love for anybody to feel free to answer my question besides the money. Okay, if we would put that aside, what is the huge advantage why is it that I keep hearing everyone say, I'm all for density, like the one gentleman, the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned quadplexes. And I'm like, oh, wow. I mean, that seems like an awful lot of an influx of new people, which is fine, but is that the reason? I guess so. My quick question is, if somebody could answer me, besides the financial gain, if that wasn't part of the equation, what is the big advantage to the city, to the citizens of Broomfield for increased density? Because there's something I'm missing. Thank you.
No, it's a very fair question, and I can even tackle that if you want. It's that we do have a housing crisis, and the cost of housing keeps going up because the inventory is too low for the amount of people that want to live in Broomfield. So we're trying to increase our inventory of a variety of housing stock because it has been mostly single-family homes for the last decade, and there's not a lot of attainable homes for the workforce. Folks like our firefighters, our teachers, our police officers,
Right.
people not earning 6 figures. So this creates other housing opportunities that may not be possible if we don't create a variety of housing stock. So that's where the density comes
Yes.
in. A different size house for every stage of life. There's also a shortage of smaller homes for seniors who want to downsize that are stuck in their big homes because there's not a lot of condo inventory. And the condos that exist are exorbitantly priced out of most people's range.
Right.
So if you build more economies of scale, the prices will go down. And more people, even families, like when your 6-year-old son
Yes,
wants to maybe live by you in Broomfield, he might be able to afford a place like this. Whereas a lot of families can't stay together.
Yeah.
There's just nothing affordable here.
Fair enough. We're looking for a house, and it
Yes,
sounds
ma'am.
to me like and the prices, as you guys well know, if you live here, are just through the roof in Broomfield.
You know it.
So yeah, I would,
So that-
whatever it
hope that
takes for
helps.
those to come down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, well, I think that does it for our comments, and we thank you all so much for being here and bringing this project forward. Look forward to seeing you again. All right, next item is our Broomfield Housing Allowance update. As previously mentioned, next on the agenda, we will review this evening's first study session item, an update regarding the Broomfield Housing Alliance as a study session item and not a concept review. There won't be any public comment on this item. So council has a copy of our agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize. Who's up?
As I'm, I don't have my glasses on, but I think I'm looking right at Ms. Heiser.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, you're gonna do your BHA update.
You are looking at me.
Sorry, yes, I don't have my contacts in nor my
Oh.
glasses, so I can stay focused on the work. So
Hello, Ms. Heiser.
there you go.
Okay,
Ms.
thank you.
Heiser, welcome.
Very much. I appreciate that. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city managers, staff, and the Broomfield community. I'm Kristen Heiser, Ms. Heiser, the Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. I'm joined this evening by the BHA Board Chair, Bob Monroe, and Vice Chair, Linda Fehrenbrook, as well as the BHA staff. We are pleased to share the progress of the Broomfield Housing Alliance since it was established in 2022 by the City Council to be the independent housing authority serving the Broomfield community. Next slide, please. BHA is led by a 5-member Board of Commissioners, all of whom are residents of Broomfield. BHA's mission is to partner to create abundant, attainable, inclusive, and sustainable housing that gives all residents of Broomfield an opportunity to thrive. BHA's work focuses on serving households earning between 30 and 60% of the area median income. This represents an annual income below $70,400 for a family of 3. The BHA board adopted its, next slide, please. Thank you. Sorry about that. The BHA board adopted a 3-year business plan projected here on the monitor. This plan was derived from the intergovernmental agreement between the City and County of Broomfield and BHA. While we've made progress in every realm of the business plan, tonight I'll be focusing on the areas where we prioritize our work, which are creating and preserving homes and deployment of vouchers. Next slide, please. Starting with vouchers. In May 2023, last year, BHA took over the administration of the Housing Choice Voucher Program for Broomfield, which included the hiring of a program manager. Since then, BHA has added 14 new vouchers, bringing the total to 34 active Housing Choice vouchers. We are actively engaging the Colorado Division of Housing to position BHA to receive more vouchers once the state's current hold is lifted. When the state releases more vouchers, BHA will open the wait list to distribute these vouchers in the community. In the meantime, BHA has established a landlord network to recruit and support landlords to participate in the program. Part of this relationship building effort includes BHA hosting events covering topics such as fair housing and energy efficient multifamily housing. In May, BHA will host a session that will take a deep dive into the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Since May of last year, when we began tracking our calls, our team has fielded over 425 calls seeking housing resources, with all of those calls successfully receiving a resource or referral. Next slide, please. Shifting to BHA's strategy to create and preserve income-aligned housing. Sorry. I'll start with BHA's development strategy. With low-income housing tax credits being the largest source of financial assistance for the development of affordable rental housing, the tax credit process drives much of BHA's work. From securing the land to occupancy, a tax credit development takes 4 to 6 years. The pace is dependent on the length of time it takes to secure the land, design the property, engage the community, secure entitlements, and ultimately decisions made by third-party stakeholders like CHFA and the Colorado Division of Housing. Using the Grove at Cottonwood as an example, the land was acquired in the summer of 2022. Design, engagement, and entitlements took over a year. To successfully compete for tax credits, the development must have already received its development approvals prior to submitting a tax credit application. If awarded tax credits, it takes at least another 6 to 9 months to get to the financial close and to break ground. Construction of the project takes 1 year to complete. So in the best case scenario, the Grove will be ready for residents in 2026. If the Grove is not awarded tax credits next month, this timeline shifts out 1 year and the Grove will open in 2027. Due to competition for a very limited resource, it is not uncommon for developments to be submitted 2 or 3 times to CHFA before they are awarded tax credits. Committed to meeting its charge to create housing, the BHA board approved pursuing a second parcel of vacant land to queue up BHA's next development opportunity, Vista Point Homes. I'll be speaking about that project a little later on in the evening. If all goes well, this project will follow a similar 4 to 6 year timeline. Simultaneous to pursuing the creation of new units, BHA engaged a commercial real estate broker to identify opportunities to acquire existing buildings to preserve as affordable. The only opportunity that has emerged over the past 25 months was a duplex, which BHA pursued and closed on in 45 days. And we now own and manage that duplex. Another tool available to create income-aligned rental housing is BHA's ability to enter into special limited partnerships. I'll go into more detail about this mechanism later in the presentation, but since 2022, BHA has entered into 1 SLP with Northwest Apartments, which brought 50 units to Broomfield. BHA has also maintained communication and active advocacy for at least 2 additional LIHTC developments, Christian Church Homes and Ulysses Development Group's Harvest Hill. Per BHA's development partnership policy adopted in 2022, BHA considers participating as an SLP through an application process that is received following a development receiving other funds. Per the policy, the BHA board will evaluate the development and choose to extend its tax exempt status to relieve the development of property taxes, special assessments, sales, and use taxes during construction. Last week, BHA received an application from Ulysses, which the board will consider at this month's board meeting, which is next Wednesday. Since we turned this presentation in last Thursday, we have since heard from Christian Church Homes, and they have decided not to apply for tax credits for a third time. They've decided to reevaluate their portfolio on pipeline and, being out of California, their geographic footprint. This news demonstrates how things constantly change in the affordable housing landscape and the lack of control over outcomes, especially when dealing with third-party partners and decision makers. Looking at the pipeline, only being mid-April, BHA is waiting to hear if CHAPA decides to award the Grove tax credits to build 40 units, and if Ulysses secures all the resources needed to build Harvest Hill. If all goes well in the way we want it to go, Broomfield could see the financing secured by the end of this year to create 192 units. This count is different, I want to call out from the slide because of the new information that we received from Christian Church Home over the last few days. Next slide, please. BHA is grateful to Broomfield for prioritizing income-aligned housing and for supporting the establishment of BHA. This slide details how the initial vesting grant is hard at work creating homes. To support BHA's establishment and growth in order to achieve its mission, the BHA board has approved annual operating budgets, with the 2024 budget coming in at almost $475,000. This includes 2 professional salaried positions, necessary professional services, including financial management, legal support, and office audit services, among other things, as well as our general operations. Our current cash balance in the bank is $1.4 million. Our assets are $3.4 million, and accounting for our obligations, our current net worth is $2.43 million. Here you can also view BHA's housing investments made to date, as well as our pending investment in if BHA finalizes the acquisition of on the Vista Point land. It's important to note that the $465,000 BHA has invested in the pre-development of the Grove will be reimbursed to BHA at the tax credit financial closing. To date, BHA has leveraged over $1 million in loans, grants, and fees. When BHA is successful in being awarded tax credits for the Grove and acquiring Vista Point property, BHA will have leveraged an additional $18 million into Broomfield for a total of $19 million. Although the return on investment is significant, it is important to note that the majority of the funds leveraged go into the development deals, with only the developer fee being paid and pre-development costs being reimbursed to BHA. The $1.13 million that will be earned over the next couple of years will allow BHA to invest in its next development opportunity and support a portion of its operations. I would also like to note that the $19 million that we are hoping to have leveraged by June does not include the value of any SLPs or possible future acquisitions of existing buildings. As those opportunities emerge, the amount of leverage will only increase. Next slide, please. In the context of the financial picture we just reviewed, I would like to share BHA's approach to special limited partnerships and consideration of gap financing, starting with background. Through state statute, housing authorities are quasi-governmental entities and by this virtue are tax exempt. Housing authorities are able to enter into special limited partnerships, which allows the housing authority to extend tax exempt status to affordable housing developments in exchange for the housing authority having a fractional ownership interest in the development. This is beneficial in the development of income-aligned housing because the property may assume less debt, making rents more affordable. While every SLP is different, BHA's development partnership policy asserts a variety of fees BHA can negotiate to be paid in exchange for the benefits of the tax exemptions. These fees are part of the revenues BHA can generate to support its operations and invest in housing outcomes. Separate from special limited partnerships is gap financing. Gap financing are funds, generally local, state, federal, or philanthropic dollars, leveraged to fill any financial gaps after traditional financing has been exhausted. It is not typical for housing authorities, especially those doing their own developments, to provide gap financing without access to a steady revenue source such as a housing development fund or a fund resulting from some sort of ballot initiative. Next slide, please. When BHA was established in early 2022, no one knew exactly what it would look like, how it would evolve, or the opportunities that would arise. Over the past 25 months, BHA has focused on launching the business and pursued a development and investment strategy that is opportunity-driven in a tight and highly competitive market. As housing authorities are autonomous legal entities and government agencies that perform both government and corporate functions, it was crucial for the board to invest time and energy in establishing sound financial and operational policies and procedures. As a side note, to support its diversification of revenue sources, BHA has filed to create a subsidiary 501c3 and will be engaging a grant writing firm to assist in identifying and pursuing philanthropic funds or other resources that are only available to nonprofits to support housing project amenities not covered by tax credit or traditional financing. Simultaneous to starting the business, BHA went to work on creating attainable and sustainable housing options. Per the IGA, BHA is to be the owner or special limited partner in affordable housing projects. Since its launch, the BHA board has evaluated a variety of opportunities to launch its work in creating housing. With Christian Church Homes and Harvest Hill not being awarded tax credits in 22 or 23, and with no multifamily properties being listed on the open market, the BHA board chose to pursue investments in the opportunities it was presented with, acquiring the land and pursuing the development of the Grove at Cottonwood, eventually creating 40 units of income-aligned housing, acquiring a duplex to preserve as affordable, and pursuing the acquisition of the Vista Point vacant land to build 55 to 65 units of service-enriched housing. Philosophically and in practice, as BHA has evolved over the last 25 months, policies and decisions have been driven by opportunity and the budget. The final point of this slide is to show the fund balance at the end of 22, 23, and at the end of this past quarter. Affordable housing outcomes rely on the leveraging of public and private financial resources. In consultation with our financial stakeholders, banking partners, and a CDFI, it is crucial that BHA maintain a balance in its account to demonstrate that it is lendable and can cover its obligations. Lenders familiar with us have indicated an organization the size and maturity of BHA would be expected to have at least $1 million in the bank. Next slide, please. In the evolution of our work with the City and County of Broomfield, the immediate next steps include a return to City Council on, actually it's April 30th, not May 30th. Sorry, I lost a month in there. Ready for the summer, I guess. When the Housing Division will present a request from BHA to City Council per the IGA for one-time project-specific funding to help acquire the land at Vista Point. That'll be followed by the review and update of the IGA between the City and County of Broomfield and BHA. And finally, we hope to make a presentation in July to City Council presenting BHA's annual progress report. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share the work of BHA. Just as a reminder, the BHA board meetings are open to the public, including public comment. Approved minutes are posted on the website, which is kept current. We share progress through our newsletter, and we're always happy to meet to discuss housing. The staff and our board are here to answer any questions, and we invite your feedback on the progress and direction the Broomfield Housing Alliance's work on our work. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heiser and our Housing Alliance folks. You've been busy. So we will go right to council questions and comments to kick it off. Who would like to go first? I'll wait. No one's pressed their button. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, you get to go.
Thanks, Mayor.
Mhm.
So when I view this presentation, the thing that jumps out for me is the housing creation process for building new units has been driven by the strategy of mostly the strategy of creating new units, which seems to be very costly and time consuming, as demonstrated by your timeline there. That is, I'll be speaking about Vista Point homes next on the agenda, but I believe that we should really be moving forward with housing preservation and supporting shovel-ready projects as opposed to creating new projects to build. So, going through the Grove at Cottonwood project, that seemed like an intensive process. There was a lot to be, there was a lot of question marks out there with the LIHTC, whether or not we would get those, the LIHTC funding. And so here we are again, creating a new project that is going to be dependent on LIHTC funding. And at the same time, we have shovel-ready projects. So that gives me some concern that we're picking basically that route to continue to go down when I think that there's other routes to create that stable housing. And then I believe there was another slide, and I just wanted to make sure it was around the cash balances. But anyway, looking at that table with all of the assets and the cash balances in there, it looks like that the cash on hand is 1.4 million. The annual operating is about $500,000. So looking at that, there's about 3 years remaining in annual operations. So I'm curious how BHA currently is receiving revenue to remain stable, to continue the work to create these units.
Thank you very much for the question. So going back to your question or your comment about preservation, we are very committed to preservation as well. We think that's a very critical tool in creating income-aligned housing. The challenge that we've had over the past couple of years since we've been in existence is while we have engaged a commercial real estate broker who tracks land and buildings all day long and shoots them to us every time they're available, there just hasn't been any multifamily come available for us just to purchase. We do track the low-income housing tax credit projects that are here in Broomfield. I think there's maybe 5 that are in existence here. None of those are due to expire anytime soon, but we are prepared to have those conversations if something were to be transitioning and there's an opportunity for us to acquire that. So that is definitely a priority for the board. That is something that we talk quite a bit about and would be primed and ready for that opportunity. We've also have discussed this with our lending partners, our bank partners, as to kind of positioning ourselves. And that's one of the reasons why having that $1 million bank balance is critical, because we need to be able to demonstrate that we could, if we were to take out a mortgage to purchase that or work with the state to receive funding in terms of tax credits or other funding sources, we need to be able to demonstrate that we can cover the obligations that would come along with that. Shovel ready, I understand your concern. That's why we were staying positioned with Christian Church Homes and Harvest Hill. While those projects were evolving over the last couple of years, and we saw them going back up to CHFA and not getting awarded, it was hard to, I think, the board, for them to pass up opportunities that were real in hand, that we could, honestly, it was my first day on the job. We were offered the opportunity to purchase the land for the Grove at Cottonwood. Just too great of an opportunity to pass up. It's the same with the duplex, as well as this opportunity with Vista Point. So I just say it's just a choice between what is available to us in the immediacy and what do we have to kind of hold our breath and see what's going to happen. We have received an application from Harvest Hill. The board will be looking at that next week. They will be coming and doing a presentation, and we will consider that application. The board will consider that application at that time.
And so the second question regarding the cash flow and what types of revenues are
Well, that's
coming in.
challenging. So without having units, actually, that's the primary way that housing authorities make money, is by having units that they own, manage, and make income off of. So our duplex kicks off a little bit of income. We also have, by taking on the housing tax, the low-income, the Housing Choice Voucher Program, we receive a small administrative fee off of that. When our development partnership policy, if we were to enter into a special limited partnership, we have a series of fees, and whether it's a one-time fee or an ongoing annual fee that we would negotiate with that development partner, that is a revenue source that we'd be looking to. When we close, while there is a lot of upfront expenses on a tax credit deal, we have the up to $500,000 of pre-development. We are we're in a position that next year, when the financial close happens, knocking on wood, that we get the tax credits this year, we would be coming into the reimbursement of those pre-development funds that would go into our next development, as well as our developer fee, which is going to be about $950,000, I believe. So that's how we're positioning ourselves to do this, and it's going to be lean for our next couple of years as we negotiate and navigate this. As we do intend to have conversations with the city as we're negotiating the IGA of looking at potential a request. We're discussing about maybe there's a request to city council for some additional operating funds to help us get through these next couple of years, or project-specific funds. That was the intention with our request per the IGA for the one-time specific funds for Vista Point, is by receiving those dollars for that opportunity, allows us to save a $250,000 of our own funds to maintain our operating. So it's not a straightforward answer. I wish it was easier, but.
No, I appreciate it, and thanks for the information. I'll talk more about Vista Point at the next
Okay.
agenda item.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, given the competition for the LIHTC dollars, how do you weigh the fact that that BHA may have its own project in contention? At the same time, you're looking at the possibility of having a special partnership with another entity that would also be competing for those dollars. Do you see yourself in competition? Is it somebody will win and it's completely arbitrary? I mean, it's not completely arbitrary, but your approach to that.
Yeah.
Do you ever say, I don't want this person in competition? I don't want this entity in competition with BHA competing for those dollars. So I wouldn't want to form that special partnership at this time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that question. Yes, affordable housing is a competitive industry, but we are committed to creating housing. So I think we are very good at putting that competition aside when it comes to evaluating our own development opportunities in a special limited partnership. So special limited partnership allows us to extend our tax abatement authority to that development. And so we're able to take that action without actually putting out cash. So so we would be able to pursue our own development using the funds that we have available, as well as entering into a special limited partnership, and there would not be a conflict there for us financially. When it comes to gap financing, that definitely would be challenging, and that is one of the many reasons why housing authorities do not do gap financing, because so many housing authorities, especially here in Colorado, pursue their own developments, and that does become a conflict if we're having to choose to put $500,000 into pre-development of a development that our board wants to pursue, but then we're also being asked to put $500,000 in another development. So that is a competitive situation where that's one of the reasons why housing authorities do not traditionally do that.
And then how do you view we did have these projects that did not receive funding in 2023. So what's your level of confidence moving forward in any of these other projects besides Cottonwood getting funding?
Well, thank you again for that question. So we've had a lot of conversations with CHFA about their decisions that they have made or not made over the last couple of years. In our recent conversations in December, in full transparency, they were very encouraging of CCH going in again. CCH has had a change in leadership. We communicated that, saying, hey, they're really eager to see you come in for a 4%. But with their change in leadership and the change in their business approach, that it wasn't feasible anymore for CCH. So, gosh, I lost track of your question. I'm sorry.
I guess.
Oh, and I would say when it comes to the Grove, one of the other things that CHFA often, and I might defer to my board chair because he used to work for CHFA and he knows how this works, is that it really is taking turns. There's so much need across the state that one of the things that was communicated to us is that Broomfield had been really lucky and they had received the Northwest Apartment. I'm not saying them in the proper order, but they did receive Northwest Apartments, Crosswinds, and Academy in the last few years. So according to CHFA and what they were sharing is they thought we had done pretty well for a few years. So when CCH came through and Harvest Hill, they were like, let's take a little breather on Broomfield and invest in other parts of the state. One of the reasons we feel really optimistic about the Grove at Cottonwood is because of the unique population that we're trying to serve. And it's a beautiful project. And so we are feeling very optimistic about that. When we do talk about our pipeline, we are very aware of the competition, and that is one of the reasons why you hear us saying, okay, we would put once, if we were to purchase the Vista Point land, we would probably sit on that for a year or two to give us a little bit of breathing room to be able to let Chaffa kind of get back interested in Broomfield. And so we would want to be very smart and strategic about when we would go in for tax credits for that particular site. So that's, and the other thing I would say too, is we spend a lot of time with our development partners, understanding what their plans are. And we try to queue up our projects or encourage them to queue up their projects so we're not in competition. So one of the things that we were having conversations with Harvest Hill, we were very excited to hear that they were going for the private activity bonds and the 4% that are the non-competitive round that they're in, because that took them out of the running for the 4% that CCH we were hoping would go for. CCH is no longer doing that. So that is where we spend a lot of time with our development partners, just talking to them kind of about the affordable housing landscape here in Broomfield and trying to position all of us so we're as successful as we can be and not be in competition with each other, because at the end of the day, it is about creating as many units as possible.
Okay, thank you for that insights.
All right, next is Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming and presenting this to us. So excited that you are doing this work. I was long in support of having an independent housing authority for much the same reason why we offloaded our Board of Health. We are not experts in housing, and you can do so much better than we can do on our own. So thank you for that. My questions on the finances have kind of been answered already. So I'm going to turn my question to the vouchers. The money that you get for vouchers, where does that come from?
We are in a contract with the Broomfield Housing Alliance is in a contract with the state of Colorado Division of Housing. And so they are a pass through from HUD. And so ultimately it comes from HUD through the state to us.
And we currently have 34.
We currently have 34. I believe our administrative fee is about $25,000 a year.
What's the wait list for vouchers in Broomfield?
We currently do not have a wait list because we haven't had any new vouchers to put out. But once our conversations with the state have been very promising, that we're hoping that this summer that they will lift their ban that they have had in place for the past couple of years, actually, and that we'll be able to receive more vouchers to put out into the community.
You mentioned that you fielded a lot of calls for need. How many of those individuals could have used vouchers if they had been available?
I'm gonna have to phone a friend. Sorry, about half. Okay, so Adriana Shuri, I have to give her credit. She's the one who fields most of those calls. And she said about more than a half of those are for vouchers.
Okay. And then on the landlord network, do we have sufficient network to, if we get more vouchers, do we have enough landlords that would be willing to rent?
That is a process that we are just initiated at the end of last year. We've had 3 events. We are continuing to build that network. We've also spent a lot of time we make house calls to different complexes around the community, just trying to get to know our the larger property landlords. But it is something that we are continuing to grow. So as of now, my answer might be, I don't think it's sufficient. But we are very committed to continue to build those relationships and to educate them, because part of the challenge is it's not an easy program to navigate for landlords. And one of the things that our team, Adriana specifically, is really great at doing is walking through landlords through the process and helping them be successful in renting to the residents.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the question I had, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Council questions? Comments? I don't see any. Well, I think that was a very good and thorough update. Should we just move into the next item, which don't go far? Okay, cool. We might have to take a break at 8 though. So our next and final concept review is for a proposed amendment to the Vista Point Planned Unit Development Plan to add multifamily residential as an allowed use. We'll follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews as previously outlined. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com. Copies of comments provided for each plan at broomfieldvoice.com have been provided to City Council and can be found in the correspondence folder linked in tonight's agenda. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. She needs no introduction, plus we've already introduced her this evening. So once again, Ms. Burton Zeddy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. If I could have the next slide, please. So the second concept review this evening is for a proposal, as was mentioned, at the Vista Point Vista Point subdivision. This is a request that would include a PUD amendment, so a planned unit development district amendment, as well as a comprehensive plan land use amendment. The project area for this proposal is generally on the south side of 119th Avenue, and it's just under 2 acres in size, so 1.89 acres. Land uses in this area include a Precious Child, there's a public storage facility, there are religious uses to the north, a credit union, and Friends of Broomfield has a facility in this vicinity as well. Next slide, please. The 2016 comprehensive plan land use designation for this property is industrial. The proposed amendment to the PUD plan to allow residential uses would not be able to proceed unless there was also a land use amendment for the comprehensive plan that would also change the proposed land use in the comprehensive plan to residential as well. The change in this land use designation could negatively impact the net financial for Broomfield at about $130,000 to $160,000 annually. Next slide, please. The developer's conceptual proposal is limited to the amendment of the Broomfield Comprehensive Plan as well as the PUD plan, so you won't be seeing a detailed site development plan and architecture this evening. The PUD plan amendment would seek to add multifamily residential to the list of allowable uses within the PUD, and the intent would be to limit the residential use just to these 2 lots that were included with the application this evening. The applicant is currently proposing a residential density of approximately 55 to 65 dwelling units. For the purpose of this concept review, we'll discuss it as a maximum of 65 dwelling units. The Broomfield Housing Alliance serves as Broomfield's housing authority and specializes in providing attainable and secure housing opportunities. The applicant has stated that their intent is to provide 100% income-aligned housing for this development. The requirement for the development to be income-aligned housing can be included as part of the PUD plan amendment, so that when this moves forward, that would be an integral part of the PUD amendment. Specific development standards have not been determined at this stage, but those elements would be included in the PUD amendment. Development standards include things like setback, building material, building heights. The conceptual review materials do include that the height of the buildings could be about 3 stories, which is about 35 to 40 feet, which is consistent with the maximum height of 40 feet that is currently allowed in Vista Point. The proposed project is anticipated to just have access from 119th Avenue. And this project area is within the RTD service area. It's within walking distance of service. And the closest bus stop for this is just off of Main Street and 119th Avenue. There are pedestrian walkways throughout the southern side of 119th Avenue, and they provide connectivity over to Main Street. There will also be pedestrian walkways on both sides of Main Street, or there are currently, I should say. The Broomfield Open Space Parks Recreation and Trails Plan that was recently updated outlines the requirements for public land dedication for new residential projects. The details for how public land dedication would be addressed are not included in the conceptual plan, but those details would need to be worked out either during the PUD plan, but definitely as part of the site development plan. So Broomfield can handle it 2 separate ways. Sometimes we include that as part of the PUD amendment. Other times we just defer that to the site development plan. The proposed development is located within the Jeffco R1 school district, and the conceptual proposal was referred to the school district for their review. The school district provided comments, and those are included in the correspondence folder, I believe, for this evening. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, architecture hasn't been finalized for this development, but the applicant has provided some character images that are inspiring for their development. It's anticipated that as the project move forward, there'd be some architectural requirements potentially within the PUD plan, and then the architecture would be finalized as part of the site development plan that would also seek through, go through a separate public process. Next slide, please. The applicant has held a neighborhood meeting for this proposed PUD amendment and comprehensive plan amendment. The neighborhood meeting took place earlier in April and was held in person at the community center. There were about 11 residents that attended the meeting and generally were supportive of the project. The one key issue that was identified by staff was the change in land use. Although the comprehensive plan has goals and policies related to protecting industrial land use, the proposed change would be to allow 100% affordable project, which is also a highly desirable potential land use within Broomfield. Allowing residential in close proximity to industrial and employment land uses can create the opportunity for incompatible land uses. But again, weighing that this is within the edges of the industrial area where there are lighter industrial and service type uses could be considered, as well as its proximity to the future Broomfield Town Square, the ability to access transit from this location. Those would all need to be considered as City Council provides feedback. The applicant is seeking specifically feedback from the council this evening regarding the potential to change the land use from industrial to residential to allow this project to move forward. And that concludes staff's presentation. And as was mentioned, the applicant also has a presentation this evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Burton-Zetti. The applicant's presentation is next. You can identify yourself just for fun.
Sure. I'll do it all over again. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, City Managers, staff, and the Broomfield community. I am Kristen Heiser, Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. BHA was established as an independent housing authority by the City Council in 2022 to create diverse housing outcomes serving the Broomfield community. Tonight, we are here to introduce a concept that furthers BHA's strategy to create housing opportunities. As well, BHA's request speaks directly to Broomfield's community goal of a thriving, diverse, safe, and welcoming community, including housing development, increasing affordable rental units. This evening, I'm joined by Amanda Ropek, Senior Program Manager with BHA, who helps with the real estate investments. BHA is requesting City Council consider amending the existing PUD located at 6900 and 7000 West 119th Street to allow for the development of a future 100% income-aligned housing community. Next slide, please. BHA first became aware of the subject parcels in 2022 when it conducted a scan of Broomfield properties that offered development potential for income-aligned housing. In December of last year, 3 parcels of vacant land, the subject property, were listed on the open market. BHA immediately engaged the seller to explore the possibility of an acquisition of 2 of the parcels that would result in a service-enriched, income-aligned housing outcome. Concurrently, Friends of Broomfield, which is located due west of the site, decided to pursue the 3rd parcel on their own to expand their footprint. So when you're looking at this slide, BHA is under contract for parcels 5 and 6, and Friends of Broomfield is under contract for number 4. Interested in selling the 3 parcels together at the same time to achieve their own financial and expansion goals, the seller required the condition that a successful closing requires the sale to both Friends and BHA specifically. BHA's contract also includes a contingency that the sale requires a successful amendment to the PUD, allowing for residential development on the site. The neighborhood meeting was held on April 4th. If all goes well, BHA will close on the property at the end of June. Next slide, please. Given this is an initial concept review, BHA engaged an architect to determine the number of units the site could support, and it was determined that the site could fit between 55 to 65 units of attached rental housing, including a community building. Pending design and programming, BHA proposes the development serves some of Broomfield's highest need neighbors, including families, older adults, and persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Aligned with BHA's mission and focus, the property would serve households earning 60% AMI or less. Given the close proximity to several community-serving agencies, including A Precious Child, Friends of Broomfield, The Refuge, and North Denver Cares Food Pantry, among others, programming will include services provided to residents. Committed to sustainability, BHA intends to design buildings, the site, and landscaping to include sustainable elements, including high-energy performance building practices, materials, and systems, and landscaping featuring low water use, native and xeric plants. Next slide, please. Oops, can we go back? Okay, sorry. Next slide. There we go, sorry. It is a potential adjacency and service opportunities located at the site that makes it such a unique and impactful opportunity for the residents BHA intends to serve. BHA has already engaged in conversations with the Precious Child and Friends of Broomfield, and both have expressed strong interest in offering services to the future residents. Other community serving amenities, including the Broomfield Civic Center, which is located within a mile and offers direct access to city and county services, the library and recreation center. Located within the boundaries of Jeffco Public Schools, there are multiple K-12 educational opportunities within 2.5 miles. Consultation with the district included data demonstrating declining enrollment at the 3 feeder schools with great capacity available at each of the schools. Within 1.5 miles, residents can access 3 grocery stores, multiple employment centers, and community parks. As for transit scores, the site exceeds that of broader Broomfield, scoring a 79 walk score and a 33 public transit score. Next slide, please. Diving deeper into transportation connections, existing public transportation includes Broomfield Accessoride. RTD is located on 120th, and the Flatiron Flyer is nearby. The site also falls within the RTD Flex Ride service area. As we look to the future, the site will benefit from Broomfield and RTD's investments in transportation and connectivity, including the BRT station at West 116th, and being in close proximity to hopefully future commuter rail. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present what BHA believes is an exceptional site for a future service-enriched, 100% income-aligned housing community in Broomfield. We are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heiser. Are there any members of our Land Use Review Commission who would like to comment on the project? How about any other boards and commissions? All right, we'll go to the public next. If any member of the public would like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Hi, Rox Jewel Luckmore. So I've been told that there's no place else. It's sad. This is not an area that I would want my children to have to live in. The community is an industrial area. It's businesses. If this is all that we have, then I guess it's the way it's going to have to be. But this is sad.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, before we go to council questions and comments, it's almost 8 o'clock. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess and we will. I didn't see you. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
And it snuck up.
That's okay.
Gina Kofel. I live in the Outlook here in Broomfield. I'm also the mother of a son with intellectual and developmental disabilities and the CEO of Friends of Broomfield. As it's been mentioned, and you can see by the map that we have our 18,000 square foot facility just across the street to the east of where this proposed residential community may exist. And we are under contract to purchase the corner lot there as we are looking at future expansion for our programs and services as well. I would like to just say that in that neighborhood, there is a mixed use of businesses, industrial, there are residences there, and of course, nonprofits. So it's a very mixed area, and it has slowly become more and more modern, more and more developed. We have a lot of opportunity to walk within many amenities that are offered in Broomfield and look forward to the development of the community or the town center when that happens. We're excited about the possibility of more attainable or income-aligned housing. This area is actually prime for a residential development to come in with the transportation, the walkability to the community, and the services, as has been mentioned, from several different kinds of nonprofit service providers in the area. It's a great location for someone that wants an affordable house, but also can have the support of the surrounding community. I'm very much in support of this project. We very much look forward to a partnership where we can work together to provide services and possibly space within our locations to support this community. And I encourage all of you to give this some thought as we are still trying to create income-aligned housing for some of our most vulnerable citizens in Broomfield. And this is just another opportunity. And I'm very grateful that the Broomfield Housing Alliance is taking advantage of that and also giving us the opportunity to do that in partnership with making sure our community is taken care of and supported. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Copo.
Thank you, Mayor, staff. My name is Sam Taylor. I live in First Filing, my wife and my son, who also has developmental disabilities. When we went to the neighborhood meeting, and first thing I was thinking of is, the neighborhood doesn't seem perfect. But one thing I've learned in economic development and building things is never let the perfect get in the way of the good or the very good. And this is a good location. Not perfect. There's plenty of other places that would be more perfect. They would be a lot more expensive, and you'd have a lot of NIMBYs who would say, no, you can't put it in my neighborhood, like they did on Main Street between 3rd and 4th many years ago. So we went to that with open minds, and I think it's really good. It isn't walkable, but it's more walkable than the majority of Broomfield. In First Filing, it's much more walkable than my neighborhood, whose sidewalks are 1.5 feet wide and don't meet code of Broomfield, but that's a whole nother story. So I think this is a really good project, and thank you, BHA, for bringing this forward. I was skeptical when BHA was formed at the time, but the work they've been doing has just been phenomenal. So thank you for all your hard work, and I hope this goes forward.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Eric Gleason, CEO and President of A Precious Child. And I know we may be the sellers of this parcel, but we're also really excited to work with BHA and provide the services that we provide to the entire city and the Denver metro area to also these potential residents who may be moving in there. We look forward to having them as a partner. It may not be the most perfect, ideal area for them, but we think it'll serve them just fine, close to public transportation, shopping, and everything else that they may need. So we are very much in favor of the project, and we wish to support it and endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Sorry, I missed that last round. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take our 10-minute break now, and we'll come back to council questions and comments. We'll be back at 8:14. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue on with the Vista Point concept review, and we were just getting to council questions and comments. So we have first up, Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you, Mayor. Since this is my ward, I figured I'd hit the button and, so I like, sorry, I like everything about this project, except for the location. I'm going to echo the resident comment from a little bit ago. And I understand what other people have been saying, but it just seems like, I mean, there's no park, it's all industrial. And so can you kind of talk about what the plan is for parks and amenities and I mean, the closest park that I can see is Greenway Park, ball fields, which on my map is about a 15-minute walk, but it's across Main. So kids would have to cross the main street to go over there. So that's kind of my main concern with this location.
Well, thank you very much for that question. Is it possible to bring up the presentation again? So there is a slide that has a map, and I'm going to have Amanda work with me in answering some of these questions. But there is a park nearby. I think once we get the map up, we'll be able to point it out. So can you, golf course?
Yeah, so hi, Amanda Rofek, by the way, from Field Housing Alliance. There is a park nearby. You are correct that you would have to cross Main Street at 119th to access the park. But it is about a quarter mile.
And crossing the main street is kind of my concern. It just doesn't seem like a place that would be a good fit for families. With the Friends expansion with Precious Child, is there any going to be, what's the plan for this location providing those type of amenities?
I would also just add, sorry, if I could just, so John Bozio, who's very familiar with this area, was saying that there is a park that's a little further south that's near the ball field. So I would just add that in. So we are very much at the preliminary stage of what this site will look like. And one of the things that's been really fun about our conversations, while we are pursuing this separately, our conversation with Friends of Broomfield is how will we have our two sites kind of speak to each other? And I think there's potential for us to look at exactly that opportunity and what that might look like for whether it's the residents that will be living on the site or in combination with Friends and the types of outdoor areas that they're trying to create for their tenants or their their clients. So I think that is something that we will definitely take into consideration and build that into our concept as it evolves.
Okay, because I just don't want to, I want to avoid the perception that we put the poor people in the industrial area where there's, smog and pollution and, that kind of perception that goes along with that. So I like the development. I think I understand the location. I think it's a good development. I'd like to see more units than what you're proposing, but that's a different discussion. Yeah, the park thing is a big thing to me. So I think I look forward to seeing the plans for making that happen. I'm not opposing this change at all. So I'm just, those are my concerns. So.
Thank you. And I just wanted to appreciate your comment about the location in terms of where our community members are located. So we are very cognizant of that and thoughtful to that as well, and appreciate your awareness of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to Councilmember Marshallson, I also am a big proponent of this that location, big proponent of this proposal. And I think a lot of transit communities, that initiative, you handle the fact that this is income aligned housing, which I'm a super proponent for. And I think the questions I have is who would be eligible to be income housing or eligible for this? Who would be eligible essentially?
Who would qualify
Yeah, who would
for as
qualify?
residents?
That's right. Yeah.
So again, the programming of the site hasn't been set, but because of the mission of the Broomfield Housing Alliance, our goal is to serve households that earn 60% AMI or less. Earlier in the evening, I mentioned that is for a family of three. I think it was about 70,000. So when it comes to the specific special needs of the community, we would love to look at the most vulnerable populations in our community, and that our needs assessment have identified single-parent families, older adults, and individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So that's pretty much as far as we've gotten in discussing the programming of our site, but that's who would be eligible, is individuals earning that income, and then potentially just that mix of using kind of a neurodiverse mix of populations.
And, you know, when we're trying to make Broomfield more inclusive and bring more folks with IDD, I feel like one question I have to ask is often for public transit, for ways to get people, you know, services. It is kind of out in the sticks, so to speak, and in that industrial area. It is next to a couple highways and on Main Street. The concept of this, I know the, you know, Precious Child is around the corner and folks can get some services there. How would people with IDD be, I guess, served? And again, I know we're in the concept phase here, but what would the vision look like?
Well, the conversation, again, the programming hasn't been set. Our very preliminary conversations with Friends of Broomfield has one of the tremendous needs in our community, and we haven't even taken this to the board, I'm just sharing with the ideas that we've kicked around, is that there's a tremendous need for transitional housing for individuals with IDD, individuals who are ready to leave their family home, but then just not quite ready yet for independent living. And so one of the ideas that we've played with is maybe we have some units there that are helping individuals with that transition, and Friends of Broomfield would provide the services. So that's one idea that we've had. When it comes to, we're not trying to, I wouldn't say we're trying to attract individuals with IDD to Broomfield. There's a tremendous need already here.
Yeah.
And that's who we're working with, our neighbors who are already here in Broomfield. There's quite a few families that actually have inspired BHA's commitment to serving this population. So that's who our primary, when we're talking about families with IDD, those are the families we're trying to serve. When it comes to their transportation needs, one of the things that's really great about the site, one, it does have such a great transit score. One of the things that is really great about this site is it has services already in place. I believe it's the RTD Accessoride, as well as the, what is this? I'm sorry, I'm escaping the name, the Flex Ride service area. So that is not available all, you know, across Broomfield. In fact, the Grove at Cottonwood, the other site that we're looking at in the North, or that we're working on in the Northmore neighborhood, does not have access to that service. We are initiating conversations with RTD to understand what would it look like for us to be able to increase that service to that particular site. The great thing about this site, it's already there.
So those are most minor questions. And again, I'm a huge proponent of this proposal. The reason why we ask these questions is because we're very excited. And I understand that location that might not be ideal, but in terms of being within 0.8 miles from this location myself, I feel like this is a great opportunity to expand density, to incorporate housing for folks with IDD. So I really appreciate your presentation, and I look forward to seeing what the concept are and the future looks like. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. I am also, I would be supported if this were to come before City Council. I appreciate the effort you put into the presentation to point out the transit accessibility that is part of the neighborhood that you're in, because you do have fixed route services like the 120E that connect you to both 120th Wagon Road Park and Ride for the 120X down to Denver, as well as the US 36 BRT station, BRT, at Broomfield to go down to Denver and Boulder. I think overall the location, like what one of the commenters had said, was it's not perfect, but I think overall it's pretty good. It is within walking distance of a number of parks. I mean, 120th is not entirely fun to cross, but you can get to the Broomfield Community Park. You can get to Greenway Park. There is Industrial Park down to the south. There are a number of services, not only within the immediate area. There's a bank right next to 119th and Main Street. Have food and Great Wall supermarkets right across the street if that's one supermarket you want to shop at, or you can easily get to King Soopers, Walmart, Whole Foods, whatever your fancy has, via the 120, or even the Flex Ride service for Broomfield, which runs 6 days a week, unlike most Flex Ride services. And so I think, overall, it's a pretty good location, and it is, I think, somewhat insulated from a lot of the more truly industrial businesses, and most of those industrial businesses, from what I can see, doing a search as well as my own knowledge of the areas, they typically run a pretty standard business hours. They're not doing a lot of night work, causing extra noise and disturbance for those individuals. But that's all I have to say. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to, this will be really, really brief. So just going back to the concerns with the Grove at Cottonwood, that was so much focused on the lack of access to transportation, amenities, services. And the Grove at Cottonwood did have access to that park, and that was really the only benefit of that location. And I was thinking, when I first looked at this, I was thinking the same thing that others did, that this does not look amazing. But with the additional context of that closeness to the existing Friends location, closeness to a Precious Child, and the development of these sites, it's all going to come together, and I have full confidence you can develop it into a very desirable place. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation and so much background and so many moving parts tonight. I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything. Particularly, I was not able to see your presentation before council started tonight for your last presentation, only because I did not recognize it in one of our folders. It was my fault. It wasn't anyone else's fault. I just wanted to kind of go back to just the pieces as they're falling into place. So I'm just trying to envision what's falling into place, what's contingent on what. And then this plan, while I agree, it looks really great and I'm excited about it. I do have concerns about parks and things like that. I think we could do grants. I think we can apply for a grant or something for some sort of outdoor space. I don't think that's going to be a problem. The only issue is the Grove is contingent upon what, and if that doesn't go through, what kind of other pressures would that put on this project?
It would be timing. So the way that we would approach the Grove is, so we are feeling very confident that we will hear next month that we will get tax credits. If not, because 9% tax credits, which is what we would use for, which is what we're hoping to use for the Grove, and is actually a good fit for this type of project as well, for development. Everything would just be pushed back a year, because if we weren't awarded tax credits for the Grove this year, it's only allowed once a year that you're able to apply for 9% tax credits, that we would go back in for tax credits next year. And then that would delay kind of our work on this, just because of our financial standing right now of being able to pursue this project. But that we are going into this because of the competition for tax credits in general, and trying to queue this up so it's timed right with CHFA, that they're interested in coming back to Broomfield potentially. We're trying to be very cognizant of that. So it is just a matter of, it would just be kind of pushed back to the next year.
So if we don't get tax credits on, or you guys don't get tax credits on the Grove, then that pushes this back then?
I mean, that hasn't been decided, I wouldn't say, but that is kind of how we've been looking at our pipeline.
Okay.
Just because we are then reliant on the pre-development funds that we have put into the Grove to be paid back to us to be able to do the pre-development for this project.
Yeah, okay.
So pretty much anything that we get paid back will go into the next development.
Okay. And then it seemed from your last presentation that, I think it was on April 30th, not May 30th, that the BHA will request financial support to acquire this Vista Point land. So tonight looks great. What is the ask gonna be? Or have we even talked about the ask for that? So financially
So we have made a
speaking.
request. So per the IGA, one of the options that is available to BHA is to request funding from the city and county of Broomfield City Council to support project-specific one-time funds. And so when we were looking at this opportunity, the board was encouraging to staff, we looked at financing from CDFI, which we're in the process of securing. There is a little bit of a gap that we could, bring our own dollars to that, but because of that opportunity to be able to pursue funds with the city, the board encouraged us to apply for funds from the city to help us fill that gap. allowing us to maintain more of our budget to continue to pursue the Grove and other opportunities.
Does anyone else need to add to that from the board or no?
Are you asking, oh, the amount?
Do we have an
Oh,
amount?
yes, we're requesting 250,000.
Okay, okay.
And that
was
is,
sort of-
I would say, 10, how much is that percentage? 18% of the cost. And the rest of it will be a loan that we are receiving.
Okay. Yeah, I think it just kind of is contingent upon the contingent, right? We're always like planning on what's happening with the Grove. I do kind of, just in the area, people might have concerns about, like, we already approved the Grove for the IDD community, now we're approving this. You know, they might want to know what's the needs assessment for the IDD community in Broomfield. Are we ready to answer those questions?
So just to clarify really quick, so the programming is not set for this site. We have looked at the needs assessment that was completed by Root Policy last year. The priority populations that are most vulnerable in need of housing are single parents, older adults, and individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, as well as our BIPOC community. And while this opens up the conversation about vouchers. So the way that we would like to serve all those populations at this site. One of the financing tools we are likely to pursue in any tax credit are vouchers, 811 vouchers in particular. That would, again, very much like the Grove, limit the number of units that we could set aside for any specific population. So very similar to the Grove, it would be a neuro-inclusive community. And so while that is all to be determined, because we don't know what the final unit count is or what the financial modeling is going to look like or what resources might be available to us, these are just all the ideas that we're kind of throwing at the wall to see what sticks as we move forward. So right now, as far as we've gotten, is we think it's a great piece of property next to wonderful service providers. And we've always thought this land was a beautiful site. It has beautiful views. It's right next to our partners. And so that is kind of as far as we've gotten along with, as well as like the unit count and wanting to be able to create community space there.
Well, it would definitely improve the area, considering we have a whole, what is it, storage unit that has taken up a whole area where it has beautiful views that I disagree should not have even been put there. But I realize it's commercial industrial. And then sort of last question, have we partnered with areas over there like the Refuge or talked with, I guess we don't need to talk about it, but I would like to put out there that we're hoping to have, our new town square over in that area too. So, and we have new businesses popping up over there because of the town square is coming. So is there talks about how this interfaces with the commercial areas and also other nonprofits?
We're in constant communication with our nonprofit partners as part of the Housing Solutions Forum. This is something that they're aware of, that we are pursuing and have expressed great support in. While the formality of those conversations haven't got much further than just, hey, we're looking at doing this, hoping to do this, there's just been support and just interest in helping us pursue this.
That's great. And I do love the transit area over there, much better than I do the Grove. So thank you very much.
All right, next is Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to follow that line of thought just a little bit, since the location is the big issue. It is an industrial. I'm curious what your thought process is, because there's still vacant land in that same area that's industrial. So if we build this and to the north of you comes in an industrial proposal, which could be any realm of things, are you going to be, what are we going to be up against putting in another factory or some large noisy industrial operation and have these residences right in the middle of it?
I might have to defer to our planning department because I think the site across the street is a PUD with the same zoning that is for this site, which I believe is commercial and light industrial. So
I guess I was going to ask your crystal ball, going forward, some developments are catalysts for more development. So is it possible there would be more housing or commercial? Or could there be an industrial use, right?
potentially, I mean, it's owned by a different landowner. So it's for them to decide how they want to do it. I mean, when we dream big, we would love to see more housing there, maybe a park. So I think there's just a tremendous opportunity because of the vacant land that's over there. And there's other parcels in that area that, you know, I think there's actually, from a city planner perspective, who has worked in redevelopment throughout my career, I think there's just tremendous potential over there to do a lot of really amazing things that are all community benefiting.
And along that line, since you already have 3 service nonprofits right there, which was obviously part of the appeal, is that part of the potential that we could attract more into and create a nexus, a cluster?
I'd love to see that. Looking at my agency partners over here.
Okay. And one other question, obviously, someone mentioned this wasn't the ideal location, though, when we had the Grove discussion, the room was full because had a lot of residential feedback, and we don't here, obviously. So it's a lot easier in that sense. At the time with the Grove, there was a talk of a huge demand, and I think it would outstrip what the Grove could offer. Is it potentially that this could be 100% IDD as well, to part of that service, since you're next to the Friends, just like the Grove is next to Bell Swan?
No, it could not be 100% IDD because of the way the financing works. Going back to the types of vouchers that we would hopefully be able to attract to this property, it sets limitations on how many units you can set aside for any specific population. So the whole intention is to kind of diversify and not concentrate any population. And so while there is tremendous need for that type of housing, there are limitations based on the financing and fair housing rules that we have to follow.
So I don't know if you missed this in your presentation, what do you think the mix would be? I mean, would there be a lot of children without parks and normal amenities, or would we mostly see an adult population?
That's all to be determined. We haven't run a market study yet, or even a full-fledged feasibility study for the site, besides having our an architect kind of look at the design or the setbacks and zoning limitations of the site or opportunities. And so beyond that, we haven't looked at that.
I guess that would just be my concern. It doesn't seem kid-friendly in the least.
I think that's.
And it ideally would not have a lot of children because there are no trails, there's no place to bike, there's no parks. So that would be my main concern, and whatever future development surrounds it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's helpful.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple questions for staff. The change from commercial, retail, industrial to residential always gives me pause. However, as I did earlier tonight, I always do consider that when an application comes forward. This land seems to be available, lends itself for future commercial, retail, industrial uses. Does staff know if this land has had challenges with the development for non-residential uses?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I personally haven't seen proposals come forward for these particular parcels. We have seen some development proposals for the vacant parcels in Vista Point to the north. And those were for some smaller flex buildings for light industrial uses. These have been owned by a Precious Child for a number of years as part of their overall development. And I don't know what their plan had been for the properties either.
Great. And then I have another question for staff. The net negative factor with a residential development would be about 130,000 to 160,000 annually. But the fact that the residential development would be owned by a nonprofit, was that calculated into that net factor, or is that just going from industrial to residential?
I believe, sorry, I'm gonna defer that to Mr. Romine.
Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. So I did calculate whether it be taxable or not taxable. So I did take into account that BHA would be owning it and they intend to develop it. The thing that I couldn't do is really determine the number of residents that would be on the site. Because we just don't know enough, as Ms. Heiser has pointed out, they don't have a full program. So therefore we don't know if it's 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, what it exactly would be. So we're probably on the minimum side of what that impact would be, or the minimum side of what that impact could be. If it's more residents, it may actually inflate the number of the net negative, but we did account for the fact that it'd be likely owned and therefore not taxable.
Okay, great. Thank you for that answer. So to the applicant and BHA, I'm curious, you had mentioned in the previous conversation that sometimes these lands are attractive and that they make financial sense. So I'm curious, with this land, what made it attractive both financially as well as location-wise to consider purchasing this land?
I think I would venture to say in 2022, when we first identified it was vacant land, and it was next to a very wonderful community serving agency. That was before I had met Friends, actually. And so it was just my knowledge of A Precious Child when we were doing that assessment. So I think that originally it was just the opportunity to see, I mean, at the time, not knowing all that we know now, just off the cuff, we were thinking like, what a great site to have families next to a great organization that serves families was, I think, our original idea. When it came on the market, it is a very fair price given the cost of land these days. So when we were evaluating that opportunity, it just seemed like a very fair price that we could pursue.
And just to clarify, this land has not been purchased at this point, though, right?
We are currently under contract
Contract to buy?
to buy.
Okay. And so with the purchase of the Grove property, what was the timing between those two?
Of when we put in an offer and when we,
For the Grove, and you had mentioned that this property came to your attention in 2022.
oh, that was just when we were mapping out opportunities across the community. So we actually have a opportunities bank of looking at land and buildings that we would like to keep track of and pursue if opportunities presented themselves. This was one of our higher priority desired sites. And so when it came available, that's when it became of interest. And that was at the end of last year.
Okay, so you were much further you were much further into the project with the Grove at Cottonwood.
Oh, yes.
versus
I mean,
when
this,
property
I
came
think it
available.
was like when it was listed on like December 23rd, I believe, and that we became aware of it on December 27th. And that's when we started our conversations.
Okay, it sounds like that if this land were to be purchased, the development of this land would be sometime in the future. Do you know what kind of general terms, what the development timeline of this property would be?
Leaning into the conversation we had earlier this evening, any tax credit, because that is what we would use to finance this. While there are other opportunities coming available through Proposition 123, that all kind of remains to be seen how we can pursue those dollars. Given what we know about tax credits, which is the kind of the go-to vehicle to finance affordable housing, that generally takes 4 to 6 years, and 4 is aggressive. It is because you often have to go in 2 or 3 times to get your funding. So it really is contingent upon us being successful in closing on the Grove, receiving the funding that we will receive at that financial closing, the pre-development funds that we've already put in, as well as our developer fee. And once we have those funds in hand, we'll be able to pursue the pre-development of this site. So the way that we're looking at this is it is a little bit of a land holding for a year or two, but that also gives us great opportunity to design it to be what we need it and want it to be for the community.
Okay. Yeah, I think that for me, what comes into conflict with this is in the last subject, you had talked about the lean years for BHA in the near future. With that, I'm looking at, does it make sense to tie up precious funds, both from CCOB as well as BHA, that could be put towards shovel-ready projects like Harvest Hill project? And so does it make sense to tie up those funds and to have that asset only going through some very lean time? So I think that's to be determined, but I don't know if this is the right site, and I don't know if this is the right time to be going after this.
I appreciate that. I will say we are getting a loan to buy this land, so we will not be tying up any of our funds that you've seen us discussing about tonight. We are taking on a loan. We are able to carry the obligations of that loan as it's currently being proposed and being considered by a CDFI. So it won't be anything in terms of cash out of hand. And the 250 that you'll be hearing about on April 30th, that would be the cash that we would be using potentially that would help us achieve that. Did you want to add to that? I saw you moving.
I would just add that we are being offered a 90% loan to value loan for the land. So what BHA would have to come up with and what the money from the city would be used is to cover some of the remaining 10% to purchase the property.
Thanks.
I would also just add the loan that we're considering is also a zero interest, or what is, it's some pretty good financing going on. Yeah, the terms of the loan, it's currently sitting, we've been offered a 6.5% interest loan with interest-only payments for at least the 2 years and for the first 2 years, and then negotiable after those first 2 years.
That's all I have, Mayor.
All right. Any other council member questions? Feedback? Well, I have a couple of questions and some feedback. The zoning is industrial. Does that allow for heavy industrial, Ms. Burton-Zetti?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. No, the PUD zoning here is more restrictive than Brimfield's, for example, general I-2 district. So it is more of a light industrial service-oriented type use.
Okay, that's important to me. So there's no heavy industry in the area of really loud, disruptive, polluting,
I would say, I know this zoning, the PUD, and a few of the properties adjacent to the north and to the west. There are heavier industrial users further to the west. I don't know about how far they are to the south. One of the issues with industrial zones is that you're allowed to have disruption, some smell, some odor, some vibration within an industrial zone district. Once it gets to the outside edge of that zone district, you're supposed to have no more of that impact. So that's why there are protections in the comprehensive plan that says we need to protect our industrial areas because it allows for uses that employ a lot of people that do create sometimes vibrations, noise, dust, odors, and have places in Broomfield for those to locate. And we don't want to encroach on those areas too much, or it creates a limitation on those businesses being able to operate. I don't think in this particular instance that this would be a significant impact because this is on the periphery of the zone district, as we mentioned in our staff presentation. So it's a little bit, it's great to have this concept review and have this discussion and get this feedback because it is an interesting proposal where it's encroaching on industrial, but it is on the periphery.
That's good to know. I just believe that people deserve the peaceful enjoyment of their homes, and I would want to make sure whoever lived in this area was able to have that. That's question one. Also, I looked up the park. The Broomfield Industrial Park is 0.4 miles to the south on 160th. You don't have to cross any major highways. So it's an 8-minute walk to that huge park. So I think that satisfies a lot of access for recreation and outdoors access for me. And I mean, it gets down to, perfect being the enemy of good. This probably is a really great deal on land and being neighbors with a precious child and friends, you really couldn't ask for better neighbors. So I am supportive of this. And if anybody asked me, I do appreciate you guys doing this. So thank you. All right, so that's that item. And what's next now? Okay, here we are. Finally, thank you guys. Our final study session item this evening is a discussion of the Charter Review Committee recommendations and possible ballot questions. As a study session item that is not a concept review, there won't be public comment on this item at this time. But there'll be many other opportunities to comment. Thanks, y'all. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion. If you want to wait a minute, we can let them, no, they're almost gone. Clear out.
City County Rogers will make it to the podium right about the perfect time.
Gonna take me a second to unpack.
Take your time. And thank you to our wonderful Charter Review Committee members in attendance and for all your many hours of service that you put into these recommendations. I just want to thank you all personally. I know you did double time to make the deadline, and we appreciate your service.
The Access Live event has ended. Thank you for calling.
Oh, that
Goodbye.
was-
That was the
Yeah,
public
call
comment
in.
line. All right.
Ms. Rogers.
Good evening, night. Mayor Pro Tem Council, members of the public, and as the mayor just said, the members of the Charter Review Committee that were able to attend the night. Nancy Rogers, the city and county attorney. Tonight, we're taking the next step in a process that council started some time ago to do a review of the charter. Next slide. So just a very short background, and I will go through this quick because I know we have a lot of work to do tonight. Broomfield's charter was adopted in 1974, and there hasn't really been a comprehensive review of that charter start to finish since that time, even when Broomfield became a county, a city and a county. In 2022, City Council established a Charter Review Committee, a temporary board and commission, and the members were appointed in March 2023. The committee met from April to November of 2023. It was 5 members of the public and 2 council members, Councilmember Marsh-Holshin and Councilmember Ward. On November 14th of last year, the CRC, through its chair, Sam Taylor, presented its final report and recommendations. And then we're here today, where council is discussing those recommendations, potentially other changes to be made to the charter, and then the big questions on the next step, because council only approves ballot questions. The ultimate decision-making here is for the voters, and you'll hear me say that multiple times. So tonight is the first step in a process to consider any questions you want to put forward to the voters. Then we have to put those in an ordinance format. Those are approved by council, approved or rejected by council in the 2-meeting process with a public hearing. And then in November 2024, or 2025, or 2026, or in future years, and we'll talk about that, the voters will have the ultimate decision. Next slide. Real quick, charter allows you to make amendments. It says it may be amended from time to time based on state statute, and I have that site there. You can submit more than 1 charter amendment at a time. If 2 amendments are in conflict, the one, of course, with the greater votes wins. Here's the steps. This next process. So you direct staff, my office working with the subject matter experts in the different departments as needed, on what ballot questions you would like prepared in an ordinance form. Then we'll have first reading, public notice, public comment, second reading, again, public notice, public comment. If approved, the questions put on the ballot and the voters approve or reject. If approved, the change will go into effect immediately unless there's a date on it. So as you know, January 1st, 2028, we shall ... Next slide. A couple conceptual notes here. City council can determine what election to present a question on. We've got a lot of changes that the Charter Review Committee is recommending, other changes that council wants to consider. Those are a lot of questions. If you look at our neighboring communities throughout the metro area and actually throughout the state, 5 to 10 is a lot of questions for people. In talking to my colleagues who've been doing charter amendments, 5 is a lot. So that's definitely something for council to consider. This could be a long process to update the charter over many years. Single subject, there can be more than 1 ballot question put on 1 ballot, but our ordinance must be single subject. And so that means that the subject has to necessarily and properly be connected rather than disconnected. A lot of case law on what single subject is and isn't. And we can talk about that as that process goes through. Some of the chapters work really well together as a single subject. Others do not, just because they have such different subjects when we're talking. Well, I'll get into examples later. About a full repeal and reenact, you know, it's interesting. There's nothing really in our charter or in state law that addresses reenactment after repeal. It addresses repeal and then getting a charter commission. So again, reaching out to colleagues who've been doing major changes to their charter, a lot of people are choosing to do amendments. Even when we looked at Colorado Springs going from strong manager to strong mayor form of government, they did that by an amendment rather than a reenactment. So amendments definitely are the preferred choice. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but there's just not a lot of law in this area to help guide us or advise us, or at least advise me. Next slide. All right, so I want to address this now because it'll come up as we get into talking about ballot questions. So how can we advocate for ballot questions? These are ideas that council is considering putting to the voters. So can council advocate for them? Not really. After the ballot question is approved, the city cannot expend funds or time supporting a ballot measure. Council can pass a resolution in support, and that's about it. But of course, elected officials and employees in our individual capacity could support or oppose a ballot question, and residents and interested stakeholders can move forward with their issue committees supporting or opposing a ballot question as well. Next slide. All right. So the process that I'd like to follow, to utilize tonight, and I'm ready to pivot if council wants to do something different, is we will go chapter by chapter, and linked in the memo for this item was the red line, the last red line that the Charter Review Committee submitted. If you don't have a copy, or if you'd like a hard copy, we do have some copies in the back near Curtis. And there's some copies on our dais if a council member would like a hard copy, but it is linked in the staff memo. We're going to go through each area, and the first one we're going to triage. We're just going to categorize. Do you want to discuss? A lot of discussion, little discussion. I'm okay with it as it is. We have some really, I would say, ones that make sense on their face. We have a lot of provisions that were put in the charter because of our transition from a statutory city to a home rule town. The Charter Review Committee has recommended all those be removed. Those are maybe ones where you say, fine, don't even need to discuss. So we're going to go through quickly and do no discussion, minor discussion, major discussion. And then we'll go back and discuss those ones that got on the discussion list, and we'll just go through them one at a time. And then at next slide. And then hopefully, time permitting, we will start talking about priority. Now, after we have discussed the questions and have a group of questions that council would like to send to the voters, what's our priority? What are the ones that you'd like to see presented on the 2024 ballot and future ballots? Actually, Curtis, go back to the slide before real quick. I have a little box there that says, let's focus on concepts tonight. Remember, these have to come back for future meetings. Ordinance drafting, I can continue to work with council members on language, right? So tonight is not the night where we try to decide if we're going to use as provided in charter or versus per charter, or we get into the language. I respectfully, if you'd like to, we can, but I will tell you, we probably do not have enough time. So I'm gonna ask you to focus on the concepts. Like when we talk about I'll use the provision of charter that impacts me. There's a change that the committee recommended where it says that I can employ attorneys and non-attorneys because I have non-attorneys on my staff. We don't need to decide how that language is going to look tonight. If you tell me you're okay with the concept, we will work on language to make that work. So that would just be my request or my plea to all of you. Next slide. Oh, go back one. Sorry. That one. After we do priority, then we'll take it back and look at scheduling those meetings in the summer for those ballot questions for 2024. And like I said, this is going to be a long process. However, council would like to move this forward. For everyone listening, nothing is voted on or decided tonight. Even if a council member says, gosh, I really support that change in the city attorney's provision, that does not mean they have to vote for that ordinance later. That does not mean you have to vote on that ballot question if it makes it on the ballot. Nothing is voted on tonight. The voters will have the ultimate say on any question that is proposed. Nothing will be changed tonight. No decision that's made here will impact our charter as it's printed right now. All right. Next slide. Okay. Are there any questions or comments before I get started? Okay. So the charter was written with a municipality in mind. There's a lot of municipal and a lot of city throughout it. And there is a provision that says anywhere it says city, it means city and county. The recommendation is we change all that. where it says municipal, we remove it to say city and county, or just remove the word municipal altogether. And we change anytime it referenced city to make sure it says city and county or Broomfield. Any objections? Anybody want to discuss that further? Okay. That's great. One down. Okay. All right. I'm gonna, and I'll follow the list that's on here. Councilmember Marsh Holston had a similar request, similar change where council is called a city council. And that's a term that's used in charter. It's also used in our constitutional amendment that the city council is the governing body, but it also takes on all the responsibilities of the county commissioners and the elected officials for a county as a city and county. Councilmember Marsh Holston is suggesting changing city council to just say council throughout. Anyone want to discuss? Everybody good? Okay, that'll be a go one too. We have two we don't need to talk about again. And then there is a general cleanup that in the future when staff brings back those two questions, we'll bring up other general cleanups that might not have been covered, but those are ones that fall into this type of category, things that are not acknowledging that we are a city and a county. And can I have a little bit of grace and freedom to make those changes? I'll bring it back for a question. Okay. All right. The Charter Review Committee had recommended that in the prefatory synopsis, we add a paragraph about the charter being the definitive governing document, as it should, for a home rule. But other key documents such as a strategic plan and comprehensive plan are critical to operational success and should be reviewed and updated. Anybody want to talk about this one or good with that change? Okay. Oh, yeah, it's at the very end of this one. All right, next slide. Couple other cleanups in chapter 2, where we reference the Broomfield Constitutional Amendment. If I can't fit this into a cleanup ordinance, I probably won't advocate it. It's really not needed. Of course, our constitutional amendment is the governing document even over our charter, but we reference it here. And then tied to that, add a new 2.3, which pretty much says that everything needs to be consistent with the charter. And not necessarily needed to be said, but we don't want to argue that with anybody. Charter is always the #1 document. So any objections to either of those? Anybody want to discuss those more?
Just a point of clarification, Ms. Rogers, isn't the charter our constitution?
It is. That's another way to, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The only weird thing that Broomfield has is the constitutional amendment. So we have the charter as our constitution, and then we sort of have this constitution plus sitting out there that only Denver and Broomfield have.
Okay. right,
So the
because we
charter
changed-
needs to be consistent with the constitutional amendment. But yeah, that's a great way to consider the charter. It is our constitution. So 2.1 and 2.3, anybody want to discuss? All right. Tied with those, we're going to change municipal election to coordinated election. And I'm not including this as a general cleanup because I wanted to make sure if anybody wanted to discuss this, we could. We do a coordinated election now because we're a city and a county. We will never do a municipal election alone, even though we still have local offices. It's always going to be a coordinated election. So we're changing it to coordinated election throughout. Any concerns? All right, that would be a cleanup too. Okay. This one's, now we're getting into a couple meatier ones. So one of the challenges as a municipality, we followed Title 31 for election codes. After we became a city and county, we had to follow Title I for our clerk to run the state and county elections. There's a lot of conflict between those two provisions, and that's been really challenging, I think, for the clerk, for my office, giving advice to the clerk on how to run elections. We really wanted to clarify that Broomfield's elections follow Title I. Then we don't need to look at Title 31 unless maybe Title I is silent or our ordinances are silent. Anyone want to discuss? Any concerns about that? Okay. All right. Councilmember Ward has requested that we talk about potentially changing the voting age. We cannot change it for state or federal elections, but you could change it for Broomfield elections to 16. Would anybody like to talk about this? I'll put this on the discussion one. Major discussion? Major, okay. All right. No, that's major, minor, like, I just have a couple questions. Next slide. So, oh, did I skip 3.5? Thank you. I can't believe I skipped 3.5. I apologize. There's a request that we talk about revising the recall procedures to, again, sort of tied with Title I to match the Title I timing of 6 months. Grounds, add grounds, allow for a statement by the petitioner, maybe other changes. Just look at our recall provisions. Discussion? Discussion. Okay. In the major category. Okay, next slide. All right. In chapter 4.1, I wanted to see if council wanted to talk about this. This is a recommendation by the Charter Review Committee, but I want to say I went back through the historical documents, and this was actually something that I had presented. And I know the committee had talked about, but is the mayor a member of city council? So this is a slight change that would make it say the city council is made up of 10 council members and the mayor. Or is it city council and the mayor? And this matters when council is given directives to do certain things in our ordinances and in our charters. So
It
discussion?
matters. It
Discussion?
matters and it needs to be consistent.
Yes.
Because right now it's up to interpretation and it's not consistent.
It
So
is not
whatever is
consistent.
decided is fine as long as it's clear and followed through.
Yeah,
Because sometimes I count as a council member and sometimes I don't.
right.
So just be consistent. Pardon? I don't know.
No, the
No,
charter,
I'm-
it says that you all, the council fulfills the roles of the commissioners. It doesn't necessarily bestow that title of
So
commissioner.
I don't count as council in that case. But if, say, it's an open meeting, I count as a council member, even though I don't vote.
Yeah,
So there's a lot of
yeah.
inconsistencies.
And that's where it came up. You are a Broomfield elected official, but you're not a member of city council. But so the open records law, open meetings law, campaign finance laws, those all apply. Discussion? Yes,
Yes.
please. Okay.
Major for me.
In time, not in scope or importance.
No, it's important.
Yes, it is important. 4.1, Councilmember Marshallshin has requested a discussion about, or a proposal to change the number of wards to 3 or potentially 5. Major discussion? Yes, okay. All right. The committee recommended changes to the ward boundary map only occur following the census and when there is a significant disparity, 5% in the population. This is practice right now, but it's not really in charter. This was a little, if you look at the red line, you can see how it was edited. And this puts in a timing requirement. So anybody want to discuss that suggestion to 4.2? Okay.
I think
Well-
the problem in the past is that we didn't have a set schedule. Like it was kind of like, oh, we should probably look at the population and see if we need to redistrict. That's
Yes.
exactly what happened last time, and there were huge disparities. So I think it should follow a regular schedule, either triggered by the census or like with all the growth happening in the north, that's probably going to be the next trigger.
Yeah, it would be those two triggers, great population increase or the census. You want to discuss?
Well,
Oh.
can I just ask one clarifying question?
Yeah.
on this? So would we be doing that on an annual basis, seeing if there is that 5% disparity?
That could be the direction. Yes, I would say that could be the direction that council gives. So, and the clerk and the city manager would look at that requirement and say, well, we've got to be tracking this. Now we have a charter requirement on 5%.
Okay, so
So-
to the mayor's point, I would say that we got to build in some of that timing in there to ensure that we're actually looking at on a regular basis as opposed to just every 10 years.
Did we pass something though, after we redistricted the last time? Didn't we
I thought we
say?
did, we got on a schedule.
Yeah.
I can look at that when we have a break because I have that staff memo about what we did the last time. I think it was in 22, maybe it
It-
was, yeah,
2021?
20? Yeah. Yeah, so we can discuss that and I can pull that up.
Minor discussions, good.
Okay.
thanks.
Sort of, and I want to stay on, the manager would prepare the ward map and city council is limited to approve or rejection. If you reject it, it goes back to the manager and she creates a new one for approve or rejection, trying to take some of the politics out of it. Okay. All right, and actually, next slide. Next slide. Just because it's tied to this topic, yeah.
Passed up the.
I'll come back to that one. Just on 4.6 tied to the map, any changes in ward boundaries will not go to, it won't impact a sitting council member. So we won't have that maybe a need to feel like you need to twist it because council member X's house is here. If the ward boundary map caused somebody to be out of their district, they can finish out that term. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Go back to that other slide. Thanks, Curtis. All right. 4-year term of mayor for office. Major discussion? Or did you, James, you?
About 4.2. Are we going back to that one, 4.2 E? Is that part of the one we're gonna go back to?
4.2E.
I guess, are we discussing all 4.2? Is that what the plan was?
Yes.
Okay, then that will be fine.
Yes, the 4.2E would be covered, the 5%.
Well, yeah, because there was some discussion at the charter review committee that maybe that shouldn't be 5% there, maybe it should be lower than that.
Okay, I'll put a note that we'll talk about the 5% as well. 4.3 terms of office for a 4-year term for the mayor. Discussion? Or good for it? Anybody want to discuss that?
Devin does.
Okay, got it.
I don't
Term limits for elected officials, adding 3 consecutive terms or making it 3 consecutive terms. And just side note real quick, we do not have term limits in our charter right now, so we follow the state law. State law, it limits it to 2 for council members, 3 for the mayor because the current term is currently 2 years.
But that's a state term limit.
See, right now, since our charter is silent, we look to the state.
Do we do that with other things where our charter is silent or just certain things?
I'd have to think of other examples, but there are other times when if our charter is silent, then we do look to the state law governing municipalities or counties, depending on what it is. Yeah, and if we have preemption. Right, yeah. Discussion on 3 consecutive terms?
Does it have to be put, if we wanted to override this or go beyond the state, do we have to put it in charter?
Yes. Okay, so I'm not seeing any discussion on, oh, yes, thank you. Or not thank you, but that's fine. On Mayor 4.4, on mayor's power and duty, the committee recommended that the mayor with the assistance of the manager sets the agenda. The new language is with that the mayor has a role in doing the agenda. Anyone want to discuss that one? Okay. We already talked about 4.6, next slide. Another one in 4.6, that an elected official's absence from 50% or more meetings will result in them their seat being vacant. Anyone want to discuss? Okay. Added a prohibition that elected official cannot hold another public office. We haven't really had that problem here. We've had people who have left their seats to hold public office. Anyone want to discuss?
You know that Boulder has that situation that we obviously haven't had that issue, but one of their city council members is also their house rep. Yeah. What? Oh,
Representative Junie Joseph is no longer a city council member.
oh, when did she step down?
I think 2023 is last year. Turned up.
Oh, she termed out, but she was doing both.
She's doing both though.
Yeah, crazy. I would never do that. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, you
All
want to
right.
discuss?
I just have a quick clarification on 4.6, both of those on 4, well, I should say 2 of the 3. So the council members absence of 50% and then the prohibition from an elected official holding another public office. Are those, what is the enforcement of those? I mean, can council remove them or can they not run? I mean, what's the enforcement mechanism for both of those?
So the enforcement mechanism is as soon, well, on the vacancy, as soon as somebody hits that 50% threshold, the seat is vacant, almost as if they moved out of their ward or we have some other requirements for eligibility.
Okay.
So it would be, you know, so we would have to start tracking attendance. And it's, I think the recommended language in the red line is at business meetings, special meetings, or study sessions. So it's a specific number of meetings. So we'd be tracking attendance, and once you hit that 50%, you have lost your seat.
Okay.
The one on the same with elected official, as soon as they get sweared in, as soon as they're holding that other public office, they would have lost their seat, and
Okay.
it's immediately vacant.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay. I think we're at 4.7. If I can remember the change on this, this was a council member's vacancy. And the committee talked about vacancies for a while. Let me make sure I get to that section. That's right. So a council member vacancy will have to be filled within 60 days. I think it was 30 days before, and that was just really, really tight for staff. And the vacancy is only filled to the next coordinated election. So if somebody leaves within their first 2 years of their first term, you're only doing a year or a few months. So we don't have somebody, a vacancy, an appointee doing 3 years, more than 2 years of a term. Any concerns about that? Anyone want to discuss? Okay. A mayoral vacancy is filled by special election unless the vacancy happens within 180 days of the coordinated election, which right now means the end of the mayor's term, then filled by appointment until that election. What was added in this one was really then filled by appointment until that election. That wasn't in there. And this is a process we followed when Mayor Quinn resigned. So it's making it consistent with that process. But I believe, is there a discussion?
Isn't it another 30-day clock to do for an open application for a mayoral vacancy?
I think that was a clock that's not in charter. That might have been the process that staff established to just get the applications in quickly for that appointment.
Well, if
Yeah.
it's too short for a council member vacancy, it's probably too short for a mayoral vacancy. And I know that some cities like Westminster, the mayor pro tem is the automatic successor to fill in
Yep.
the rest of the term.
Yeah.
It makes sense for a lot of reasons. It's a lot of staff lift to put out a whole open application process and then do interviews, whereas you want a succession, you want a smooth transition. And I personally think the mayor pro tem is the most equipped to step in and fill in that vacancy because they're in every staff meeting. They're in every planning meeting. They are mirroring and shadowing the mayor. So I'll put it out there. I just think it makes sense from a good governance standpoint to have someone that actually knows the job to fill in and do the job. I know it's still a council appointment, but I mean, I'll ask my colleague.
Well, can I put that in the discussion block?
Yes.
We'll come back to that one. Thanks. 4.9, the recommendation from the committee is adding that council adopt job descriptions, job duties, general assignments for the mayor and council members. The process for doing this would be similar to your adoption of the council rules, which is a charter requirement too. Any discussion on that one? Okay. All right, 4.9, this is exactly like the prefatory synopsis. Charter is the governing document. This is a little belt and suspenders. If it results in an extra question, I'll probably suggest that we remove it. Any objections to the charter being the definitive document in 4.9? Okay. For another change to 4.9 is a proposal by Councilmember Marsh Holsham that council be permitted to hire a chief of staff. So that would be the 4th council employee in addition to the city and county manager, myself, and the judge. Discussion on that one? Yeah. Okay. 4.11, this would be a new section that was recommended by the committee that council adopt an ethics code. We have an ethics code in the code, in the municipal code, but there's no requirement in the charter that it be done. Great. Okay. All right. Chapter 5. right, this is on council procedure. Charter requires that council meet twice a month. It's not exactly clear that one of those meetings can be a study session. And as you know, when we get into December, and I think one of our summer months with the conference travel, sometimes we only have one business meeting and one study session. Any concerns with that being changed? So that's okay to do in the charter? Okay. All right. 5.5, it would remove the requirement to take a roll call vote, but retain the requirement that a yes or no vote is entered in the record unless it's unanimous. And this was sort of tied to our agenda link system, which still records yes or no votes. I think the goal of the roll call vote in 1974 was that people knew how an individual voted themselves and it wasn't secret ballot. Any concerns about that being changed? Okay. On 5.5, add personal and the prohibition of voting where a member has an interest. It's adding to the word personal and financial. This makes it consistent with 6.3. Okay. All right. The last item in 5 is 5.6 was a little confusing in that it was combined. We separated it out because there was a reference there that council can decide to exclude people from meetings. That can only happen in the executive session. There really isn't a lot of substantive changes in that except a splitting it out and sort of making it clear that council can only exclude people from an exec session, not a public meeting. Okay, all right. Chapter 6. All right, Chapter 6 is legislation. 6.1 is no longer needed. It had to do with when we became a city. All right. 6.4, this is a request that actually came up through staff, and the Charter Review Committee heard the request from Anna Burton-Zetti and the planning staff that a rezone for a specific property can be done by resolution and not ordinance. Rezones generally need to be done by ordinance, but, and Cottonwood was brought up tonight, so I'll use Cottonwood as an example. If you remember, we had one meeting where we had a resolution, we had like 3 resolutions and then an ordinance. That ordinance was the rezone. If this change were to go into effect, then it would be a rezone by resolution for that specific property. Anyone want to discuss that further? Okay, 6.6 is a change actually consistent with council's discussion on their rules to add a third reading when there is substantive amendments. Now, a couple options on this one. Since you already added it to your rules, it doesn't necessarily need to be a ballot question that might go to priority later on, or you can put it in the charter so that it does become a standing rule. Anyone want to discuss that one further? Yeah. Okay. 6.8. On emergency ordinances, they go into effect 8 days from passage. Again, passed in 1974, probably tied to publication. When it's an emergency, staff, this was a request from staff that the committee heard. They'd like it to go into effect immediately after passage. And there's in the amended language, recommended language, you'll see there still is a publication requirement, an immediate publication requirement. So that people know what was passed. 6.9 is the general publication requirement, modifying that so that ordinances are required to be published on the website rather than in the local newspaper, although council could direct that something be published in the local newspaper if it wanted to. Any concerns on that one? Okay, next slide. Chapter 7, only one change in 7. This is on initiative and referendum. We had hired a consultant for the Charter Review Committee named Jeff Wilson, who used to work for the Municipal League, and he suggested these edits so that our deadlines match the state deadlines. Great. Okay, Chapter 8. This is on city and county administration. And the first one is an 8.1. Clarified that council sets the manager's salary and compensation. We've gotten sort of hung up, I think, on council's compensation as well. When they use the word salarying, you're also paying for benefits and other benefits that are in Jennifer and my contract. Any concerns about that one? All right. 8.3. So there's language in our charter that used to let council decide to consolidate or merge. And so After discussing this with the committee, the recommendation is that we remove that language, and it is the manager that could consolidate, merge departments, split them up, which is consistent with current practice and ties in with her administrative control. Okay, great. 8.8 had some duplication where the duties that were removed from 8.8 are already covered in 8.3. 8.9, this would be a new provision, adding that the manager with council approval appoint an internal auditor. We have an internal auditor, but that's in code, not in charter. Discussion on that one? Are you good? You're good with that one? Great, okay. All right, chapter 9. Chapter 9 is on our Personnel Merit Commission. And this was a request that came through staff, through HR, and actually through the attorney, Pat Gilbert, in my office that has been doing the personnel board hearings for some time. The personnel merit system will remain in charter, but the outdated language about it will be removed. That first one's just a cleanup. The second one gets a little more meaty. The Personnel Merit Commission, which is the body, the board and commission that council appoints people to, will be removed from charter. It will remain in the code. Any concerns about that? Okay. 9.1 was a clarification of who is included and excluded in the personnel merit system, who's covered by that personnel system. It excludes department heads, but used to have another exclusion for the police chief and the fire chief, and the committee was like, well, the fire chief's a department head, all department heads should be excluded. Added in the deputy and assistant city and county managers would also be excluded from the PMS, and temporary employees would also be excluded from the PMS. So the chief had talked about that. I've been talking to her. She's not inclined to maybe move forward with that today, but there is a thought that as we get bigger, and not just for the chief, but maybe looking at deputies across the board, you know, command staff for police departments are a little different animal, and sometime in the future, 10 years, 15 years, Broomfield's going to choose another chief, and that person might want to choose their command staff. With deputies being in the personnel merit system, there's not the ability maybe to move those people out for no fault of their own. You just want to bring in people or bring up people that you want to work with. Same could be true said for other deputies, but that was not necessarily an idea. We were given the scope of what council's considering. The chief said she didn't need to move forward with that.
Is that going to be under discussion still?
Which one?
For whether or not to include the deputy chiefs?
No, not anymore. We were taking it off the table.
Oh, we aren't going to discuss it because it's not going to.
Unless council wanted to talk about deputies, because one of the things the committee talked about was equity, and that's why they want to include the chief. All department heads are excluded. And if we start talking about deputies, go that way, but no interest? Okay. Okay. In this discussion of sort of revamping this, the committee recommended that we make it clear that non-probationary employees have a right to appeal. They do. It's in our system that's in the code. That's one of the benefits of being in the personnel merit system, and it's just being put in there so the employees know they always have a right to appeal any disciplinary action. Okay. All right. Great. All right. Chapter 10. This is the legal and judiciary chapter. As I mentioned, there was a recommendation, and it was on my request that it's recognized I hire people other than attorneys. I can hire other staff. Okay. That special counsel works under the direction of the city and county attorney. This has not happened in Broomfield. We've had a great relationship, but you want to make sure any attorneys hired go through one point that answers to city council. All right, the next two have to do with municipal court across the way and the presiding judge. The presiding judge shall be the department head over the municipal court and that staff. And she would supervise the associate judges and such staff as needed. Right. And then modify the requirements for removal. The requirements that were in there were a little too subjective, and that gets a little concerning when you're talking about judicial officers. So we, the recommendation is that it just models the judicial code of conduct. All right, great. Okay, 11.2 gets into boards and commissions. Remove language that a board member could be removed for just cause. Because board members should be at will. And you still cannot unlawful, treat somebody unlawfully, but if you need to, I guess, come up with a basis for just cause, it can be challenging. And then retain that language that a member could be removed at the pleasure of council. Any concerns? All right. Current council members cannot serve on any permanent boards. This added, they also cannot serve on any temporary boards.
I need clarification on that.
Sure.
What's a permanent board?
The ones that are established by code. And even like ACES, when ACES was started, and it was started by resolution, but the timing in it made it a more permanent board. So something that's longstanding, Charter Review Committee would not be a permanent board.
Oh, okay. So we should have never been serving on PrAC and OSTAC and
Well,
LLA
Yeah.
this whole
and-
time?
Yeah, and that's why we had council members serving in ex officio capacities, and why we came to council recently to officially, during your board and commission appointments, to say you don't need to serve on those anymore.
In fact, we're prohibited.
Yes. Well, and arguably as ex officio members, you weren't voting or serving, but that's how it was handled in the past, is my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question of point of clarification on here. Is this just pertaining to the boards or commissions for CCOB, or can we not serve on any other board?
Just CCOB.
Okay.
Should it clarify that though? Because we're on a lot of regional and state boards.
I will make sure that's in the language, yeah. And then added a requirement 11.3 that allows council to appoint somebody to two. And this is, we're talking a resident to two boards and commission, which has become council's practice. But this would specifically allow it. Okay, all right, we're doing great. Chapter 12. So on the budget, the committee recommended adding a requirement that the manager collaborate with council on the recommended budget for the next fiscal year. All right, then another requirement is adding a requirement that the capital expenditures in the budget be summarized. Right now it says that they have to be detailed for each office, so requiring a summary. Okay, and then on 12.6, remove the requirement that documents be located in the municipal building. Documents are always available, and we post them on our website, and they're always available by core request. This was just outdated. Okay. All right. Now we can go through 4 chapters very quickly. Next slide. There are only cleanup languages in this one. So on chapter 13 on taxation, and I'm going to read them out because I think it's important for the public to know that there's no recommended changes in these areas. Taxation, funding, improvement districts, and utilities and franchises. All right. Next slide. So that takes us, I know I jumped to 18, but this takes us back to 16, where we get back into some substantive changes. So as you know, intergovernmental contracts require 2/3 of a vote for some reason. The the committee recommended that that would be simple majority and remove that requirement. But they added a requirement that the IGAs be posted on the website so the public knows when we're partnering with our neighboring governments. Okay. There's also an ad that would permit council to delegate authority to enter into certain IGAs. It's really key for the police chief, who enters into a lot of mutual aid agreements and intergovernmental agreements, and even our public health and human services could delegate authority. Okay. And then as I mentioned, this would require IGAs to be posted on the city's website. Yeah, Devin? Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks. I have a question. So on to approve the contract, it must be, or currently it must be a 2/3. To dissolve that intergovernmental contract now, is that still a 2/3 or is that a majority to dissolve that IGA?
To dissolve it?
Yeah. Like, does that need, I'm just wondering, does that need to be written in there in terms of dissolving an IGA?
Let me think about that one.
Thanks.
I think it would be a majority to dissolve it. To take any action on an intergovernmental agreement requires a majority, whether that's rejecting it, accepting it, or amending it. But I wrote myself a note just to tie that in. Okay. All right, chapter 18. Councilmember Ward had a suggestion to add a provision to require council establish a charter review committee every 10 years. And that would be a permanent board and commission. Just side note, and Councilmember Ward, I told him this also could be done by ordinance. So when we're thinking about ballot questions and the numbers, you could do this by ordinance and later put it in. Okay. Chapter 19 was a transitional provision, just deleted it all. It has no relevance now. That was the transition from town to home rule. Chapter 20, the committee recommended, and they wanted me to note that it was by a vote of 5 to do deletion of this chapter only because by its own terms, it has expired. This was a prohibition on hydraulic fracturing. Do we want to discuss? Yes, please. Okay. Okay. The committee also had a couple recommendations that I don't think we need to get into detail tonight unless council wants to direct me to work on some language. Recommends that city council consider adding a policy statement in the charter supporting affordable housing and a policy statement supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Discuss. Okay. Thank you. All right. Good job. We actually don't have too many to get into discussions.
Ms. Rogers, I do have a question on, there was a slide that you had that was a bunch of substantive change or no substantive changes, which reminded me back to 6.6, and that was added or required third reading to ordinances. Oh, there we go. Sorry, my computer just went. But it was 6.6 and it required a third reading for ordinances that had a substantive changes. And we discussed that in our rules and procedures, what that substantive would be. I would hate for that to be in charter because then it's open to interpretation. If it's just in our rules and procedures or even an ordinance, then we have a little bit more control over that. So I would like to have more conversation about 6.6 regarding that
Cool.
Inclusion within the charter language.
Understood.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, so the first one on our discussion is voting age. Sorry, did you want me to give you a little bit more warning? That little warm up?
No.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. And really, thank you for all of the work that you guys have put into this and the thought.
They did a lot of good work.
So who would like to go first on the vote 16?
It would be, yeah, it's in 3.1. That's where we would add a section that the voting age for Broomfield elections would be 16 years old.
I don't see any buttons pressed, but I spoke at the Broomfield High School Women's Empowerment Conference last Saturday. And these young people are so engaged. They're really excited about getting involved. They had so many questions. And in a way, I can see where like kids today are way more ahead of the curve than I was at that age. So, I mean, I can understand the desire. And I definitely see the motivation with these kids. They wish they could be more involved already. So, I'm open to hearing what my colleagues have to say. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, it looks like we're lighting up the screen like a Christmas tree. So yes, I was the one to make this suggestion. The Charter Review Committee never discussed it. I only got the idea actually because I was watching some news about towns across the country that have implemented these voting procedures. I know last week I was able to pass out to everyone except for Councilmember Leslie, and I do have a copy of this for you when I'm done speaking, of just some of the towns across the US that have implemented what is formerly known as Vote 16 movement. You have Tacoma Park, Maryland, Newark, New Jersey, and there are some others in like Vermont and maybe Maine. For example, Golden did attempt it in 2018. It failed, but I think there were a lot of reasons why they thought it failed. I think it's just important we allow people that are coming to the age of 18 who are going to be thrust into having to vote for not only local elections, but state elections and federal elections that have arguably much more consequential impacts on our state and nation than some of the stuff that we do here. Not to say that anything that we do at city council is not important or consequential, but we're not dealing with matters of national security, for example. And they're residents just like us. They pay, we have some, I would say many 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds who are employed either with the city and county of Broomfield or with any number of private businesses, like maybe fast food restaurants or the tennis and swimming pool area over here, golf, our golf areas. They're earning money, spending that money in Broomfield, paying the sales and use tax. They're using our facilities, our parks, our rec centers, our library. And I think it's important that they have a say in how we operate as a city and county. And I think one of the, under Tacoma Park, Maryland, there is a quote that says 16 is an age when neuroscientists say that the human brain is developed to a point where it's really good at making slow cognitive decisions. And I think that's really key because we allow 15-year-olds to get a driver's permit, for example. And arguably those have not necessarily slow cognitive decisions. You have to be quick on your feet when driving sometimes. And those have life or death impacts. So I just want to point that out.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I start, could I request that on these charter discussions that we relax the rules like we did a couple weeks ago and have more of an informal
Of course.
back and forth? Okay. Thank you. I want to echo everything Councilmember Ward said. I support this proposal. I also want to make a note that a lot of the arguments against it that I've heard from, not from anyone on council, but from just in the general public and things, not necessarily Broomfield, but just in general around the country. A lot of the same arguments against 16 voting really were the same arguments that were made against letting Black and women vote back in the day. So just pointing that out, that, you know, the fact that they could be easily coerced, or they don't have complete maturity to be able to form reasoned arguments. Those same arguments were made against minorities and women before we granted them the right or recognized their right to vote. So I do support this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Realized I was up.
Over here just grazing.
I
Oh,
was
did I
gonna-
miss you? I'm so sorry.
Go on. I
Okay.
was just going to mention, am I next or is Devin's next? And I wonder, see, I was. Oh.
No, he wants to give me a hard time.
Okay, you give her a hard time for a while. I was just going to mention, I hadn't thought about this until Councilmember Ward brought this up. My wife's a teacher, has been teaching high school for about 12 years. And her first reaction to this when I mentioned it was, oh, heck no. But then she thought about it. And she said, well, she'd be okay with them voting on school board. She wouldn't be okay with city government. She said they don't pay property taxes. They aren't concerned. They don't have roots in the community. But what happens in the school affects them personally. And that was her perspective, which I got some thought. So my only thought on this was I really would like to have heard from their teen council what their thoughts on and get recommendations before we move on this and see what our youth leaders think, what their thoughts are on whether this is something they want to take on or should take on. I am sure there is a handful of 16-year-olds who are more mature than people my age and are very capable and ready to vote. But I'd really like to hear from their peers and whether they would sell that to their fellow 16 and 17-year-olds. I would just note to your history lesson, you know, it used to be, the age of vote used to be 21, changed in 73 because of the Vietnam War. We were sending people who couldn't vote to war. Not quite as compelling here, but I think that we can give some consideration to maybe school board in our community. Might be a way to start this.
Oh, yeah. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor.
Mhm.
So, I'm very much open to the conversation and the consideration for this idea in terms of allowing 16-year-olds to vote in Broomfield for municipal elections. However, I think that, there are some excellent recommendations from the Charter Review Committee, and I really don't want to muck up that conversation and those potential ballot issues and that great work that our Charter Review Committee did with these new ideas that are not ripe for discussion, much less the 2024 ballot measure. And I would also say that I would prefer not to make any commitments to future ballot year issues. So if it's not going to go on the 2024 ballot, we should really table that conversation to a later date. So I would be fine having this conversation post 2024 ballot and really having a full-fledged community conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. My thoughts are very much the same as Councilmember Cohen's. Is it?
Councilmember Leslie, you can press your button to be in the queue to speak there.
Oh,
No, that's okay. Yeah. Sorry, Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, so I just, this is not a priority from my standpoint. I just don't see the engagement being there. I have a feeling we're sending out an awful lot of ballots to 16-year-olds and not get many back because they're simply not paying attention to this area. But yes, the school matters related to school would be much more appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make this fairly quick. I do support the idea, and I think we need a full-fledged flesh out of this and hear from our youth. I will say, in addition to not only school board, I do think that our local, even gun ordinances have been really affecting our students. We have a lot of inequity in the protection of our schools and particularly against gun violence. And we're seeing a lot more kids being affected by the lack of local control over that. We also have, for instance, issues where we have lights coming in and out of schools, and that isn't necessarily a school board issue. That is more of, a traffic issue. And we have a lot of traffic issues affecting our 16-year-olds. So there's just a lot of compounding issues that really do affect our 16-year-olds. And I would like to have them at the table voting. So I would like to put this, though, for future consideration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. I support this this proposal to allow 16-year-olds to vote based on the fact that we have a lot of arbitrary laws already. And, I like to indicate and point out that a 16-year-old could easily get a driver's license. They are, in my opinion, able to, and they should be able to participate in a democracy. And I know that we've had some discourse about in multiple proposals before, especially in Golden, and I know that's failed before. I think it would be an opportunity to lead the way and to, get more young people involved, and look forward to what other council members have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I think in the future, it's worth considering that 16-year-olds would vote on the school board, but I agree with Councilmember Schaaf that we should postpone even the discussion of this when we have other matters that are going to take up a lot of time, and we want the electorate to consider the other matters seriously. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you. Quentin and I met for coffee the other day, and we didn't get into this topic, but we did get to meet, and I did get to appreciate how active he and his fellow students are in learning about democracy, learning about how our government works. And that's a wonderful thing. I wish more students would get involved. I was part of the generation that literally fought. And I appreciate the comment about Vietnam War. I mean, that era we were dying abroad without the right to vote. And so I was among the many that fought for that right. And at the same time, I grew up in a state where you could drink at 18, but agreed that too many kids were dying crossing the borders from other states where that it was 21. And so we raised the universal age to get liquor to 21. So there were those mixed things going on. But I just recall how hard we worked and how legitimized our service abroad was to justify our getting the vote at 18. I'm not there yet for 16, because then why not 15? Why not 13? Why not 12? There is a cutoff point. You can talk about our intellectual capacity because I think it maximizes at 19. So maybe we should cut off the vote after anybody who's 19 years old. But I'm like my colleagues. I think I'd love to hear more from the constituency, from the youth themselves. You know, how would they be educated? We don't do a very good job as it is already, and our world is so complex and so divisive nowadays. And I just, I wish we'd do a better job with those who are currently able to vote than spending the time on adding another constituency of even younger people who, many of which are very committed to the whole concept of democracy. And that's wonderful, but I'm not there yet. So I'm more interested in, I think, learning from each other here, having that conversation more broadly rather than just, say, okay, let's do it. And I worry, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, that this could undermine the larger issues that we're trying to deal with in the larger charter construct. I'd love to hear from the charter review members and their concepts. So I think we need more time on this and more discussion. And I think there needs to be more work around what does it mean? What would we do about it? And what impact, unanticipated impact might it have on us? So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Leslie, I appreciate the history you brought in addition to what Councilmember Cohen had mentioned in regards to lowering the age from 21 to 18 for federal elections. I think I want to go back to a comment that Councilmember Cohen has stated that, or at least maybe it was your wife that stated it. You are correct. There are 16-year-olds that are not paying property taxes. But I think there are a number of 16-year-olds who have grown up in this community and I think would quite rightfully argue that they have roots in this community. I also would argue that they have an investment in what decisions we make. For example, we had 2 concept reviews today where half this council was complaining that there was no park and that they'd have to cross a busy intersection or street to go get to that park. Those are land use decisions. Adults, for the most part, are not really going to those parks to play on the playgrounds or go on the bike racks or bike trails that we have there. But yet we don't want to allow them the right to say or elect someone to speak on their behalf and make land use decisions, for example, that allow them to safely cross the street. And so I think it is disingenuous to a degree to state that they don't have an investment in this community and that they won't pay attention.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. So we'll go back to Councilmember Anderson.
I'll just add that we do have a teen council, and that is an amazing place for those who want to be super engaged. And we listen, we put teens on our boards, we've done all kinds of things. So we have not not heard their voices. I hope we can move on to some of the recommendations brought forward by the Charter Committee.
All right, Councilmember Henkel.
I just now thought of this question. So if they can vote at 16, can they run for office at 16?
No, that's a different part of the qualifications to run.
Yeah, I was wondering, and is that set in our charter?
Well, from what I heard from council, there's a slight majority that would like to give this further thought and have a little more of stakeholder feedback, get some more information, involve the community and our youth. Does that sound fair to everyone? Councilmember Henkel? or we
I just
still have the floor?
I just want to answer my question, then yeah, we can move on to that question.
Since we referenced a title, Title 31, Title 1, that has the age requirement. So it's in state law. It's not in
State
charter.
law. Okay.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you, Mayor. As I stated, I support this, but I do think that it's definitely something that we'll need further engagement from teen council and things like that to move forward with. So it's, I mean, I don't know, I can't speak for Councilman Ward, but it wasn't something that I would have thought would be on this year's ballot. I think it would be something that'd be
For future.
down for future, yeah.
There seemed to be support to continue the conversation. So, okay, so we won't put that on this one.
The next one on your list to discuss was the revision of the recall procedures. It's good. Some of the ideas, as you all know, Broomfield has been through 2 recalls, and some of the ideas were to require that the recall can't be done before 6 months. You have to be in office for 6 months, not just 90 days. You have to have more than 6 months left in your term. Grounds for recall, that the candidate or that the elected official would have a chance to submit an opposition statement. And that instead of having a election for somebody that might fill the recall spot, it would just be filled by the vacancy should that recall be successful. Those are some of the ideas, but a discussion about changing recall.
Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for Councilmember Ward and Marshall Olson for bringing this forward. I just have a question and then some opinions about it. One of the questions is that it seems like in the last 3 recalls that all failed, there was really seemingly no local control. Can you refer back to the recall instances where we had no real local control over the situation, but there are instances in other jurisdictions where they do have more local control?
So the way our recall provision currently is written, we have to follow the state constitution. So we follow that process. The only thing that's stated in our charter that you can do it after 90 days. So we couldn't change any of the requirements of the type of things I just talked about, like timing or grounds. So, yeah, and you can put recall provisions in a charter. And if you do, then that trumps the state law.
Thank you. Yeah, it seems like, many times people are taking advantage of it and they're putting in their 5 different reasons for a recall. I mean, I think that's actually why the recall lost, is because they're just throwing things at a wall, trying to see if something will stick. And there were just policy differences. So we have people putting things on a recall that are just policy differences. And that's just a waste of taxpayer dollars. I'm willing to move forward with this one right away, just because we've had a waste of taxpayer dollars before, based on just policy differences and not actual grounds for recall. I'm willing to listen to other council members and then follow up with other information. But there is precedent in other places that it has to be really taken seriously, and to be taken seriously, something like malfeasance and things like that need to be really honed in on that recall petition. And I think you need to stick to the script. So many times people went door to door talking about the library, and they were talking about other things during the recall, just seeing if something would stick. And I really feel like, recalls are not a joke. They're not to be, just sort of thrown out there. They should be taken more seriously. And I feel like this really needs to be in our charter this year, rather than later. And we have a lot of catching up to do in comparison to others. But I'm also willing to keep it simple with the charter and then move all these other things, if we can, to ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for anybody who's listening for the record, I did not support the recalls this last election, because they were based on policy differences. I also didn't support the recall against Greg Stokes back in 2017, even though I opposed Greg Stokes, on the oil and gas issues. I didn't support that recall also because of the policy disagreement and not an actual accusation of wrongdoing. I don't generally support recalls, unless there's actual accusations of wrongdoing or ethical violations. So which is why I put my name on this. I do think that we should change the language that allows us to govern it by charter and by ordinance and by code if it's not in code or in our own. I also would support the idea of putting in a grounds for recall, that it should be for something along the lines of criminal activity or ethical violations, however we want to word that. I will note that in the US Constitution, it prohibits representatives and senators from being held liable for things that they say. And that goes along with free speech. I mean, it's a policy disagreement is what elections are for. Recalls are for bad behavior. And I would argue that that is, however we define that as illegal or ethical violations, I support that. I don't support, and I'm only saying this because it's in the slide, I don't support the vacancy issue being in the charter. I don't think we should take away that part of it in the charter. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Marshallson kind of beat me to the punch a little bit on one of my questions, which is generally, in what way are we thinking about loosening or tightening up the grounds for recall? Are we moving it more in the direction of strictly like ethical violations? What are the thoughts around that? What was the recommendation?
That would be up to council, but we had talked about in the discussions leading up to this malfeasance, nonfeasance, and conviction of a crime of a certain type of felony.
Okay. All right, that's really helpful. Yeah, I know when I've been reflecting on this, I do, I am okay with kind of tightening things up a bit. I do think that you should be able to recall a member for, say, credible allegations of sexual harassment or something of that nature. I don't think there needs to be strictly a conviction surrounding any of those sorts of things, but I think that kind of gets towards malfeasance, but it's a little softer than obviously like an actual criminal conviction. So as long as there was that kind of ability there, I think that's important. I think given that it is probably important to also make sure that we are able to pass a code of ethics into charter and run those at a similar time, because I think if we could have within that an ethical violation and say within that ethical violation, essentially outlining some behaviors that would not be right for a council member to engage in, again, such as harassment, then those are the sorts of things where I would feel much more comfortable running those two at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Rogers, I have a question about the malfeasance, nonfeasance language. Nonfeasance is you're not doing your job. Malfeasance, can you kind of give what would malfeasance from the case law look like?
It's really all over the place. We were looking, I found a question from New Mexico that had the definition of malfeasance, and it is dereliction of duties that are specified, to Councilmember Delgadillo's point, duties that are specified in a document that controls the body. So that's the type of malfeasance. But that's sort of the getting into the wording weeds of what we would decide in the actual ordinance with the ballot question.
Okay. I only asked that question because I'm a little concerned that it wouldn't allow residents to recall someone because of not actions they've taken in their official capacity, but actions they have taken outside as, like, for example, in Oklahoma right now, there is a city council member facing a recall because of their affiliation with white
White
nationalist groups
supremacist, yeah.
and what happened in Charlottesville in 2017. And so I'm just a little hesitant that that type of behavior wouldn't be encompassed in malfeasance. For
Would or
example.
wouldn't?
That it wouldn't be.
It would not be. That situation that's going on in Oklahoma, even if I think we had a malfeasance standard, it is association with people is not against any law, requirement, regulation.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, a recall really is, if you want to look at it from a legal perspective, it's really more of a civil action and not a criminal action. There's not, I think people have a right to determine who should represent them, and if that person does not represent their values and they didn't have that information necessarily at the beginning of the election, they should have the right to oust them. But besides that, were there any other, I know the timing grounds, statement and vacancy were put in there. Were there any other asks that were put in?
Well, there's a lot of different examples, like looking at Centennial's recall provision, it has a lot more detail. One of the options here is that the recall provision would just say, recall is governed by this charter and the code as approved by ordinance by council. And then councils, this one or later councils, can get into the detail of all the other things that you could put in charter. We can't change the signature requirement, but you could change a lot about timing. You could change a lot about, well, we talked about grounds. I can't think of the other ones for right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Next is Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, I know more about recall than I did a year ago, unwillingly. But I think one reason to push this forward is that Colorado is the top 3 state for recalls because we have really an anything goes rule. And so and I think the Oklahoma case is an extreme one. It's not normally that case. Just a couple examples. Cripple Creek had a recall of a council member because someone was mad about their vote to fund a city heritage gift shop. Walsenburg had one about water restrictions. Louisville had one about, they accused the council member of having a lack of empathy for Marshall Fire victims. Englewood had one, they were mad about a higher density zoning change. And Elizabeth had one about, they accused the council member of voting to benefit developers. These are all policy things. These are not grounds. These are not someone violating their oath. This is not someone violating the law. And instead, it puts, I think it discourages people from running for council, but I think and the way the law is set up now, it encourages people to use recall to change the political makeup of council. With the current process where you put up an alternative candidate, in this last case, it was literally a council race. It was not a recall case. It turned out not to really be so much about us, but the 2 people ran, my alternative candidate ran as a candidate for council. And that's really, I don't think the intent of recall. The recall is to correct an error that someone has not fulfilled their job that they were elected to do. They've lost the trust of the public to serve, and the voters can decide. So I think there's reason to tighten this up a little bit. And we experienced some of the ways this can be exploited. In our case, it literally was, we don't like your social media page. We think you think a certain way. That's literally the way it was on the petition. And it gives you very hard way to defend yourself on that. So some of the proposals in there say, if you have an accusation and you go to the door to get someone to sign, the person being targeted should have a right to put an opposing viewpoint or rebuttal in that same petition. Right now, it's only on the ballot. So there's, I think, changes that make up, and I think to Councilmember, I think it's Ward's point, we can set what malfeasance means. I think we have to be careful not to violate First Amendment rights, but we could maybe adopt a ordinance that says that the council member has brought ill repute or bad reputation upon the council, or something has misrepresented the council in some way. There could be other language that we can debate to make it more comfortable. I do think it's important to move forward with this and before it's exploited again. And then last note, special elections cost a lot of money. If there'd been a special election in our case, it would have been close to $100,000. If it's the mayor was recalled, multiple of that. So I don't think it's in our best interest to allow the system to continue to be exploited, and it could come at a rather high cost if we continue to allow these recall elections to occur. And considering we've had 3 in a few short years, there's no reason to believe that won't continue.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you. And, looking at these potential provisions, the one that causes me the greatest pause here is the vacancy filled by the existing council procedures, because if somebody really did get to that point, removed a member of the council because they had so much frustration that they went out, and this is not an easy process to go through. That's why they haven't been successful. So if you got to that point and you actually did remove somebody, I think the last thing that the community would want is for the council body to then appoint somebody. So I think that has to remain, it has to go to a vote. I honestly, I'm concerned a little bit because I don't know exactly what's included in nonfeasance and malfeasance, but there's that piece of, I don't know if this is going to be approved by the our constituency. If you're saying that if you appoint someone, you're so limited in what you can do. So I think we have to be very cognizant of what we're putting out there, and taking away that ability for people to make a change. So I guess that's really it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wynn?
Thank you, Mayor. We need to do something to make it more transparent and to not allow for policy to be shifted towards using recalls as a tool to jeopardize our democracy in our elections. Because at the end of the day, the voters did vote for, candidates to become city council members, and the recall should not be a tool to basically wipe that. Because if we we'll keep getting recalled and folks will keep using that. And I feel like there should be definitely some changes. Obviously, we can discuss on how and what requirements are added. And I definitely agree that, 3 in 2 years or 3 in 5 years is too many. And in terms of what should be grounds for recall, felonies, something that along the lines of, not doing code of conduct, ethics, but it should not be a tool to use for policy. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Who hasn't gone first? Everybody's gone once. Then we can go to second round. Councilmember Henkel?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it sounds like we have support to move this forward this year. I do want to say that we can discuss the opportunities to change by ordinance. And it doesn't sound like we have to throw everything into the charter, but we can discuss that later. I will say that if we are going to be talking about the vacancy by a recall filled by existing vacancy procedures, I just think that just smooths it over, because that's how we do vacancies anyway. And it also creates an incentive to recall, to replace if you do it otherwise versus the actual recall. So if you're actually trying to recall someone, then that's the point of the recall. It's not to run another election. So I just want to throw that out there. So I'm open to creating ordinances, but we do need to change something in the charter to allow for more local control. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marshall-Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. And as I said, I've been opposed to recalls since as long as I can remember, since I moved to Colorado, because I came from states that didn't have recalls. And I do think that we need to add the requirement. I'll restate it. We need to add the malfeasance. I'm okay with adding the malfeasance and nonfeasance or some language like that to the charter. I'm okay with adding the statutory requirement or the language of the authority. I just don't think I agree with Councilmember Anderson that I don't think the vacancy thing is a good idea to put in the charter. It lends itself too much to abuse or the appearance of abuse. I think we need to avoid that. So that's where I am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
I'm just curious on that one point, what the abuse is, because I'm not understanding. My concern about the alternative candidate is it gives people, as Councilmember Henkel said, an incentive to run the recall, not because of anything that person did, but they see the opportunity to change the political makeup of the council, which is sort of the case here. That shouldn't be grounds for recall. If the council right now is charged with replacing filling a vacancy through this appointment procedure, I don't see why, if there's a recall creates a vacancy, why you don't go through the same vacancy filling procedure. Because otherwise, by allowing alternative candidates, you're creating the election. It's not about the recall again. It's about an opportunity to redo the election that was just done. You run for a 4-year term, you get recalled by people who want to change how you vote, and they replace you. You've just done a redo of that election. And I think it's just a disincentive to run for council. It invites you to be a target. And I don't see where allowing the council then to just fill that vacancy as they normally would any other vacancy, what the abuse is. So that's my one point.
All right, last one, Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, I really don't want to go here, but I'm just gonna say this. If I go back in history, like I think we're focusing so much on this previous recall. But going back to the recall before that, there was a large contingency of people who didn't feel represented. And right or wrong, there was a recall. And I think that if you actually go to that point and you have that many people that say, I don't feel like I'm being represented, those people have to get a vote. I completely disagree with this. No one's doing it for political reasons. You're not gonna go out and collect more than 1,000 signatures rather than just running on a ballot. It doesn't even make sense. So I just think if there are people in the community that feel so compelled to go out there and knock for all those signatures and go through all that process, I just think we cannot take that away. Plus, we have to have the voters approve this.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, Mayor. So from what I'm hearing, it sounds like that there's a desire to move forward with an ordinance for a ballot measure, that people would like to see the language in this. And I think that will enable us to have a much more robust conversation around all these details.
What do you think, Ms. Rogers? What?
I think I have enough direction.
Okay. I'm gonna ask, do y'all want to take a 5-minute break? It's been a couple hours since the last break and I could use a break. 5 minutes, quick. Okay. Unless you want to continue, you want to, okay. We'll be back in 5, promise. All right, welcome back. We're going to continue our discussion on the Charter Review Committee's recommendations. And we just finished the last set. So Ms. Rogers, what's up on deck next?
Does this term city council include the mayor?
Oh, that's a good one.
And one
Okay.
of the ways the Charter Review Committee addressed this issue is they tried to be really careful to change where it says by a vote of council members,
Yeah.
but rather than using city council. So does the term city council include the mayor?
Well, it's interesting, and I'm going to take a point of privilege and go first here, since it's about the mayor. In 1996, there was a charter amendment, question 2B, and then it specified the membership of the city council as 10 council members and deleted the reference to the mayor as a member of the city council. And further, by defining the term entire council as those council members in office. So when I read that amendment, it seems like that decision has already been made in 1996. And I'm pretty sure it had to do with the fact that would my term as a council member count as a term if I was running for mayor? No, it would not. But there are other cities that have had a big fight about that when their council member ran as a mayor and wanted to run for another term. They tried to say she was termed out. So they had to create a special, it went to court.
It
to-
did, and it was successful, at least from my perspective, in that the mayor is a very different position. So your
Right.
term as a council member does not count for your term limits as mayor.
But it's not specified anywhere. So someone could challenge that.
Yeah.
So let's clear it up and say, I'm not a council member or the mayor, not me. I'm not. The mayor's not. I think that needs to be clear because it could be challenged in the future as counting towards a term. It's separate. The only at-large race too at this point. What say you?
So,
Okay, I'll let you speak.
thank you. Do you think, do you in your capacity as mayor think that the mayor should be part of council?
And vote? What does that
No,
mean?
I don't know. But I mean, I guess a question for Nancy, Ms. Rogers. The Constitution says that we are county commissioners. Does that impact the mayor's positions on any external boards? Does it?
No. And the constitutional amendment does not say you're commissioners. It says you will fulfill the roles of commissioners.
Does it say the mayor isn't going to fulfill the role of commissioner? Probably not. It's silent on a lot of things. Because I actually am fulfilling the role of county commissioner on the State Board of Health. I'm representing CD7 in my county commissioner, in quotes, capacity, representing counties. They thought I was.
So there's two parts. So the mayor and city council of the city becomes the mayor and city council of the city and county of Broomfield. And then going,
That separates it out.
it does. And
Well, if that amendment in 1996 says the city council is 10 council members, then it says the mayor isn't a council member.
it doesn't have.
Where? In the amendment?
Are you looking at the constitutional amendment?
Yeah.
It just says the existing city council and mayor become the mayor and city council of the city and county of Broomfield. So everybody continued in their roles.
Question 2B says, the amendment to the charter for the city of Broomfield, the 1996 says, shall section 4.1, city council of the Broomfield City Charter be amended to specify the membership of the city council as 10 council members, and by deleting the reference to the mayor as a member of the city council.
I thought you were talking about the constitutional amendment. I was looking at a different document.
No, I was looking at our actual charter amendment from 1996.
So we're talking about,
I'm sorry. it was in the list of prior,
Okay, so to James Marsh Holshan's question, to Miss,
yeah.
Councilmember Marsh Holshan's question, the constitutional amendment says the city council shall perform the duties of the Board of County Commissioners or may delegate certain duties to various boards and commissions appointed by the city council. So
Okay.
to your point, the mayor not being a member of the city council has not been delegated those duties, or maybe has been delegated by council, by her appointment to those boards, but it's not specific in the amendment. So that would be a reason to include you in the term city council. If that makes sense.
But the charter already says I'm not.
That's why we're talking about changes to the charter.
It was changed to specifically say I'm not in 1996.
I understand that. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just, this is just a recommendation because you are an elected official no matter what. So the laws about quora and open meetings and campaign finance, those will always apply. So it's issues like this of when city council is given a mandate through code or charter, does that include the mayor or does that not include the mayor? And throughout the charter, there's changes where instead of saying city council, it says council members by a vote of the council members present instead of city council, in recognition that the mayor could be included. as
But I
city
don't
council.
vote. I can't make motion. I can't pass resolutions. I can't do anything a council member does.
That's not in this section, but if council wanted to discuss that, they could change that in charter.
No, that's okay. We don't need to change that. I just wanted clarity. Because it's always been kind of nebulous.
Right, right.
So I think if whatever brings the most clarity, so that it doesn't apply in some cases, but it applies in others.
Okay. I mean, and I
And I
think
don't want to
that
belabor this either.
that's for council to discuss, right?
Like, I don't even get a vote on this. So it's kind of like
Well,
a
you
moot
do as a
point.
resident, but that's way down the line.
I'll pass it back to James. Thank you, Mayor.
I don't
Pro Tem.
remember the Charter Review Committee spending much time on this.
No, this was a very early in the red line when when Mr. Wilson and I were talking about the change. So my advice, and maybe this is me working on very few hours of sleep and been working on this and prepping for this, let's move on. Unless
Okay.
council would like to stick with this, we will retain the language that's in the charter.
Okay. That works for me. Thank you. Do you want to say anything, Councilmember Cullen?
I was going to, once you got done with your originalist discussion.
Thank you.
Um,
Hmm.
Just as photo note, there's two cities in Colorado, very similar size to us, Castle Rock and Loveland. Loveland has a 7-member council, which includes the mayor elected at large, the mayor votes. Loveland has a very similar setup to what we have, 4 wards with 2 council members per ward and a mayor elected at large, and the mayor votes. I would propose, frankly, I think it makes sense to have our at-large member have a vote. I think it doesn't make sense to me that the mayor, for instance, has a veto because the mayor is not an executive. She's more of a legislator and a representative of the council. So I would propose, I don't know if everybody would agree with me, that we change this to give the mayor as a member of council and has a vote. Maybe we strip the veto because she can't have a vote and a veto. And I think this aligns us with Castle Rock and Loveland, other cities of a similar size. It works well for them. I think it makes sense for us. Right now, we do have what would have to be called a weak mayor council set up, where we elect someone at large, the most expensive election with the most voters, and she's the MC of the council meeting. And I think it's time to change that. And I think it makes sense that there is an at-large vote.
Councilmember Marshall.
So the next section is my proposal to change the size of council. And I want to bring up Councilmember Cohen's recommendation when we bring that up.
Okay. Let's go. 4-1.
So on the thing, it says 3 wards, and that was my original proposal. With conversations with other council members, I want to modify that and not stick with the 3 wards. I think we should drop down to one council member per ward. My original idea was one council member per ward plus an at-large seat, so we have 6 council members plus the mayor at large. To Councilmember Cohen's point, why don't we just do one council member per ward and a mayor at large that has a vote? That would be my proposal. So you have a 6-member body, 5 council members elected per ward, and then the mayor at large who gets to vote.
What if there's a tie? That's sad.
And also the question, I mean, if we had only had 6 council members, if there was a veto, you couldn't do 2/3 because 2/3 would also be a majority. So you'd have to have 5 of the 6 vote to override a veto. It'd just be weird and awkward. So,
The veto is rare.
yeah.
Just so you know, in talking to other mayors, there's just a couple that I've run into. I think Wheat Ridge is the only one that comes to mind that actually has a veto power. It's not common.
But I agree with Councilmember Cohen that the mayor should vote in our system.
Sometimes I don't want to. Nice. All right, and sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Shap.
Thank you, Mayor. So looking at page 2 with the CRC recommendations, the first bullet point under there is that the Charter Review Committee recommended maintaining 5 wards, 10 council members, at-large mayor, and a council manager form of government. So that seemed like a pretty strong recommendation, which all of these others. So I'm curious, like, was that a recommendation of that, or they just didn't deal with this issue? I'm just trying to figure that out. So for those council members that were on the CRC, I'd love to hear that.
I can't remember, it was brought up. I can't remember the vote. There was some support for it, wasn't the majority. So that's why the majority kept as it is.
Mayor Pro Tem, as I recall, we had a rather lengthy conversation about that along with this whole section in the charter. There were proposals to reduce, there were even proposals to increase up to 15 council members. I don't know if we really came down to a super strong consensus, given that there were members who felt some should be added, some should be taken away. But that's just to give you some of the context of what we discussed when we were having these conversations.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, this is one of those that it seems like this has got the great ability to muck up this entire recommendation ballot measures process, and we don't get anything done. So this one worries me a little bit.
Councilmember Cohen.
I was just gonna ask Councilmember Marshallson if he could articulate more why we would want to do this, or what would we achieve? Just with the note that we are the closest form of government to the community, the local government. Changing, I think, to 3, right now we represent about 10 to 11,000 people per ward. I think changing this would go to 15 to 18,000 per, for comparison. State representatives, I think, represent around 90,000 people, state senators, 165,000 people. My point being, what do we gain by having larger wards and fewer representatives? What's the objective?
So, like I said, I changed my idea from going to the 3 wards for one of those actual points, because it would increase us to about 25,000 per ward if we went to 3. Right now, Thornton has 40,000 per ward. But once we reach build out at 125,000, then we jump up to 40 something. So that was one of the reasons why I've withdrawn the 3 ward idea and gone to just down to the 1. The idea is that we are no longer a small community. We are a much larger community, and our jobs have expanded. We all sit on different boards and commissions and different various things that oftentimes require nearly full-time activity. We do not, I mean, some of us do more hours, some of us do less hours, but I mean, ultimately it is no longer a job that is part-time. And so the reducing it down to 5 council members and the mayor, which is my current idea, allows us to have greater oversight, greater insight, more professional, and more full-time and more reflective of what we actually do. This obviously would go hand in hand with a conversation later on salary. And that would be, when you look at the 2021 survey, I think it was nearly 70% of the respondents agreed that council should be paid more in line with what we do. They, of course, didn't specify what that was, and that would be a later discussion, but I think reducing our numbers would kind of make it more in line with that.
I guess my quick counter argument would be that if we've been making efforts to raise the compensation, add benefits, all with the idea of leveling the playfield, so the council could be more diverse. We could have people who are working full-time, people who rent, people who own, people, that we don't go back to what the council, I think, was in the early part of this, of it being a county, was mostly retired folks. And so I don't know if we do this and go to a more full-time, I think a number of us would be dropping out because we just couldn't possibly maintain that and be on council. So I think maybe there's a pro and con that you might gain the people who can do this on a full-time basis, who can give up a full-time job to take this on at a much lower rate of pay versus who can serve when you have 10 members and it's more of a part-time council.
Mayor, can I? So you're not wrong. There is the trade-off that right now, if council is full-time, you will have those who can't or won't be willing to give up a full-time career to serve on council. But you're going to open up to a lot of people who would never be able to serve because they can't afford to, a single parent, for example, would never be able to afford to serve on council. There's definitely that trade-off. But I think the Charter Review Committee did discuss this, one of the discussions wasn't full-time, it was dedicated. That the council member, and we put it in our job descriptions, that it's a dedicated position. And then so somebody could have another job if they, I don't know, they drive Uber or something, if they wanted to, if they thought they needed to. And I don't think and that's the question of what the salary would be. We'd have to discuss that at a later date, but so there is a trade-off, absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sort of seeing just a pattern of what's in our primary bucket and what's in our secondary bucket. I think what's in our secondary bucket is our governance structure. And, I think putting that 16-year-old vote in that bucket too. I think this deserves some more fleshing out in the future. I do think that personally, I feel like we need to do more of a hybrid, maybe not so much lowering the amount of council members per ward, but maybe elevating the particular jobs. Like there's probably 4 or 5 of us who serve on legislative type committees. So, the way that like Councilmember Leslie and I serve differently. I serve on, different parts of CCAT and or CCI and Metro Area County Commissioners. And Councilmember Leslie, for instance, serves more on local boards. So he'll serve on, the Chamber of Commerce and other things too. So I do think that people who are adding more time and more commissioner type work to it's a role that needs to be filled. It doesn't matter who fills it, but it just has to be filled. That should elevate to more of a full-time effort, just like our commissioners. It's very hard to go to bat for federal dollars or state dollars if you're not already at that level of intensity. So this is definitely open up for further discussion, but I would like more of a hybrid view of that. So thank you.
Thanks, y'all. Yeah, this is one of the larger councils for a city our size. I don't know if you guys realize that. Westminster has 7, Thornton has 7. 10 is a lot for our size. But I mean, it's been working for the most part, but it does make for long meetings. Just gonna say, you have 10 people that need to weigh in. So there's a case to be made for a smaller council. All right, moving on, Ms. Rogers. Oh, what was the direction on that? I'm sorry. Maybe put it into the future bucket for further vetting. I don't know. Is this a straw poll to move it to the future or tackle it now? Mayor Pro Tem?
Which part?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll suggest, I think that, as Councilmember Henkel said, put it in the second bucket for future conversations.
Objections?
Do we need to
that?
clarify if the mayor is a member of council?
No, we're letting that one go. Councilmember Marshall, since it's your idea, how are you?
I obviously wanted to put this. My original, the way I propose it is what I still think is the best idea. I think we should do a repeal and reenactment. We haven't got that discussion yet. But with all the charter review committee recommendations at the same time. So that we could put something like this one on the ballot this year too, in that. So that would be my recommendation, but that's obviously just me.
Okay. Well, we're gonna table it for now, but thank you. This November ballot is already gonna be a beast. Notwithstanding anything we put on it, but the state ballot measures, it's gonna be pages. All right, Ms.
So,
Rogers.
The next one was 4.2. We were talking about the ward boundary map. So in 2019, council passed a resolution that the ward maps would be looked at 3 months after each election. And if a disparity was found greater than 10%, then within 9 months of the election, a new map would be passed. So that's a resolution that's still controlling right now. So it would be taking similar language of that resolution, putting it in the charter, but the charter recommendation was a 5%, not 10% disparity. And I think Councilmember Marshall, you mentioned that number.
Yeah.
My actually question was on E. I remember the charter review committee bringing this up and never finalized it, but the maps are drawn no more than 5%. Sorry, the maps are redrawn if something goes above 5%, but then E only requires it to be drawn with 5. Is it E? Am I looking at the right?
Yeah, E is.
E is only, so it has to be redrawn if it goes above 5%, but then E only requires it to be drawn within 5%. So my thought is that E should be drawn with less than 5%, so that way it doesn't have to be redone every year.
Do you want to?
It's a huge endeavor. Absolutely. I mean, it's an all hands on deck, probably 5 months. So being, again, incredibly mindful about what is it that we're trying to do. And then backing into that, the mayor will remember and referred to having that schedule piece. So we know we're at 80,000. We're thinking in 40 years, we're going to be at build out, which is 125,000. So even if you extrapolate that out from an incremental perspective, there's not a sweet spot to say if 5% or if 10%. But that last time that we redid those, it is
It's a lot of departments, GIS, I mean, clerk,
it's probably 16 out of the 20 departments. And then when we bring it to council and we say option, 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 there's never been a time to where it was, oh yeah, option 1's good. It was, well, what about this one? And let's tweak this one. And how about, and so it's, so I just say that from a qualifier.
The resolution says 10.
What's the law? Doesn't the law say 10?
The law is 10 and it's qualified by that,
Yeah.
by the disparity.
Right,
So even if you have, even if it's not a 10% population increase,
Right.
for example, we know that our biggest growth is going to be up north.
Right.
So knowing that, and we're looking at the permits, or we look at, so overall CCOB, it might be a 2.5% population increase. But for those wards, for wards 4 and 5, it could very well be an 11% increase, right? So then you default back to that disparity. So it's not a one size fits all. But I think from the 5% and then you review for the greatest disparity. So it's not saying, I think from the Charter Review Committee, 5% is kind of that litmus test. If we know it's a 5%, we look at it, we see where the greatest disparity is, then we come back to council and say, this is going to trigger. Not necessarily based on all of CCOB at the 5%, but certainly in that area, it's the greatest disparity. So then it's kind of it's a twofold litmus test.
Right. All right, y'all ready to move on? Oh, there's people. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So can we just do this in ordinance? Does this have to be in our charter? Because we're not changing anything in our charter, we're adding to it.
Yes.
But it sounds like that we could do this in ordinance.
This can be an ordinance.
I would like to see it be ordinance and not in the charter.
Is that in the boundary map thing? Is that what you're saying? Is that okay? Boundary map. Councilmember Marshall?
I think would we be keeping the rest of the Charter Review Committee recommendations where it doesn't, the person can't be drawn out of their map and,
This
sorry, I'm looking at, just reading real quickly.
taking,
Well, because one of the things was that it has to be done every census plus if it gets out of hand.
Right.
Can we put that in ordinance or do we have to do it by charter?
you can put in an ordinance. It's in timing's in resolution right now.
And then the other question was, there was language that basically to take the politics out of it, that the council can't tweak the map. They can only approve or deny.
Approve or to reject.
Yeah, that's always been the case, hasn't it?
No. You okay with leaving that part in, but
5%, 10%, and the ward maps and all of that, I think that that's a little bit something that would need to be altered. I'm sorry, Mike. I think that that would be something that may need to be altered depending on circumstances and things. But I think to your point, the last one on the screen, 4.2, manager prepares the ward map and city council is limited to approval or rejection. They cannot modify the staff's recommended map. I think that going in charter, I think is fine.
Yeah.
I think that's a set in stone kind of statement. And then I think the piece
Removes
of,
any of that ambiguity that's there.
right. But I think the 4.2, the first 4.2, I think that one, put that one in ordinance so that we don't get locked into something that it sounds like that we still have some questions
Never good to
about.
put numbers in a constitution. Just ask Gallagher,
we'll go with that.
Tabor. Okay,
So we'll keep the timing, take out the numbers, keep the adopt or reject, keep the timing in D, take out E, and then F is no boundary adjustment shall operate to exclude a sitting council member. Is that all right to keep in? Yeah. Okay. Got it. The next one was 4-year term for the mayor.
what do y'all think? I'm staying neutral. Councilmember Ward.
Mayor, given that it is almost 6 minutes till our 11 o'clock cutoff, I would recommend that we table this for another discussion. In fact, the rest of this for another study session. I think when I was chatting in the 5-minute break period with Ms. Rogers, we could hack it on to March 7th since we have decided to do something else that day as well.
How does that affect the timing of the other things we need on the 7th? Is there time?
Oh, the 7th is, there's no meeting set on the 7th at all right now.
But we may have a special meeting to continue the exec session discussion.
I think we do the exec session first and have this whenever the exec session is done and continue this discussion.
I concur.
Does that sound okay with the council? Because it is getting late and I know everybody's had really long days and it's harder to focus. So I'm fine with that. If you guys are, we can, stop here. It's your term for mayor. And, we'll continue. So thank you, everybody, for hanging in. Thank you so much to our staff and our charter review committee for tonight's discussion and of course, council. As mentioned before, this is one step in the long process for submitting changes to the charter. No changes were authorized or approved tonight. There will be more public meetings in the future for any ordinances with ballot questions, and ultimately, any changes to the charter must have voter approval. That concludes the items on tonight's agenda. There being no further business, the study session is adjourned. Thank you.